is irrelevant and not necessary.
Let's see. I'm curious.
Oh wow, we have
two viewers.
Oh,
shit.
might be me.
The hell do they want from us?
That is me.
Well, I have stock
desert footage
and
play with a countdown.
Yeah, so one's me, I guess, and one's someone else.
They want the desert footage.
I didn't.
Well, that's what this was.
I didn't realize we were Twitch streaming. What is the Twitch?
It is Rockbane.
So
Twitch.tv Rockbane.
And Megan,
I think you're frozen.
I don't know what to do about that. Do you want me to disconnect and reconnect?
Try just turning
your camera off and on.
There we go.
Hey, there we go.
But yes.
So,
I got that song in my head now.
quick
question.
As we start
this,
where will your
characters be located?
On the boat?
I would be behind
Obviously
on the ship, but I mean, like,
where
will you be located on the ship? Like, what are you doing as we start?
I would be behind the helm, probably having the star map in front of me as I make sure everything is...
All right.
And you will
most likely be speaking with our windcaster, who I will introduce.
How big is the boat?
It's a decent.
It's a decent size. It's not like a galley.
Like maybe
like a scuttler.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. We're enough to house about a dozen people or two.
A cutter. Yeah.
So nothing
gargantuan.
And what's the Twitch again?
Twitch.tv /Rockbane.
There you are. Hunt for purple worm.
Yep, there it is.
Note, hunt for the purple worm.
So Sarius will of course be on the helm, navigating.
And where will
you be?
Like I said, I'm standing by the helm.
You'll be by the helm as well. Okay.
I'll be standing more towards the front of the ship, looking back on the crew, making sure everyone's doing what they're supposed to be doing.
The front is the stern.
You
think?
Yeah, sure. I know boat words.
The bow, the stern's the back.
Yeah, the bow.
That thing.
I know
starboard
is right.
Port is
left.
Is
starboard and port.
That's the only one I know.
And aft is back.
Okay.
The bow, port, starboard, 1924.
What's Grazer's, Darzar's role again?
Boatswain.
Let's see.
So port, starboard.
Aft
is the back.
Yep.
And then
front was
Fore. FORE. Or the bow. But fore is as aft to stern is fore to bow.
Okay.
So I'm at the bow.
Okay. And there is a
on the front.
There's kind of like a crow's nest thing.
Like
a position where you can look out over the desert in front, in case there's any jagged rocks that could be guiding through it. So on the bow.
Out of curiosity, what, if any, guilds would anybody be associated with?
I actually have this information if anybody wants to ask.
So I mean, there's
I would have been created as part of the refiners.
Yeah, which
is
one of
two groups of
essentially
artisans and crafters.
And they
are the
higher up
crafter people.
Because of course, only the highest could create something as majestic as me.
but the
guild
that everybody
like
this mission is getting assigned from is a guild called
the
the Sandstalkers, which are basically
a
a hunters guild. So that's just to kind of give you guys an idea what's happening. We're all traveling north. You're just heading north. You're heading for a place called North Oasis, which is basically the northern pole
of the
of the planet.
And
And that's where one of the only permanent cities is located on the Earth planet.
I do have a question about that actually.
Yes.
When we start, will we already be tracking this worm?
No.
Like, will that have been a mission, or are we going to be given this mission?
You're gonna be
given it.
You guys are
heading
to
North Oasis
to
pick up the mission, essentially.
To
pick up the details of it.
You've heard
that there is a reward for 5,000 gallons of water to anyone who can kill this purple worm.
So you're heading
That's
to
a
North
lot of
Oasis
water.
to take
the job.
Gotcha.
Must obtain sip.
Okay, so
Perhaps we can use it to get what you life forms refer to as chalky milk.
cool.
Don't worry.
There's such thing as water credit.
Water credit? Are there credit card companies?
Well, there
is
because
it's
difficult
to carry
gallons of
water in you at a time.
So there
is
you know like a
stand-in
to
to represent gallons.
like essentially
Essentially paper money.
Just
Is
like we
there,
don't
like-
carry around pounds of gold.
Exactly.
Well,
is there like a crow's nest on the
there
ship?
is.
There's a crow's
nest.
There's also
a bow
nest. I'm
gonna call it.
But there is
Sure.
There is a crow's nest.
Okay, in which case, yeah, my Aragonasi would like to be as close to the sky as possible.
Okay, so
you're on the nest.
Just down from there, you floppy bastard, and have some borscht.
And then
And then
Darzar
and Brumjar. What will you two be doing as we get this adventure started?
I'll be in the kitchen, cooking.
And then I'll probably the bow nest.
with
Alfana.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then if Alpana's there, then I'll be in the actual.
I'm not in the bow nest. I'm like standing on the deck by the bow,
Okay.
keeping an eye on everybody on the ship. So you can be in the bow nest if you want.
Yeah.
That works.
That works.
It is fabulous. What my dog's doing.
Okay.
Okay, well, actually, now
is
is the time to start.
God help us all.
That's grabbing thing.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Hello. And welcome. So, thank you for
joining us.
Well, it's already 6.
It's already 6. Okay, hold on one second.
We're
waiting
for one of the
players grabbing water.
How appropriate.
Obtain.
For the desert, one must always hydrate.
Indeed.
Not hear me said, don't start without me, don't be deaf.
He's a dungeon master. Dungeon
Five
masters
times,
can
don't start without me.
hardly hear over the sound of
Microphone with me
dice
next week.
rolling.
I have to.
All right.
So thank you for joining us. Anybody who is joining us.
And welcome to
Shadern.
This is a
complete desert world.
Just for
everybody to be aware.
Where
water is a rare commodity
to be found
normally in oases.
And these
oases are commonly like focal points for cities, farms,
and
just overall civilization on this realm.
Now, many
people
like to
travel between these oases for various reasons.
Our crew in
particular,
they travel
the world for
whatever
reasons they may have.
But they are all
gathered together
for
separate
separate purposes.
Separate purposes. Maybe they are
all joined
together
for a single
purpose. Who knows?
But today,
this crew
is currently
heading north
to the major
city
of North
North Oasis.
We start by having a
having a visualization
of
of early day
of the desert
north.
The sun
is
nearly to
the south,
and
and the days
get a little weird
the
the
more north you go.
You guys only
had a few hours of sleep before the sun
showed up again. And so
you were still able to get your rest,
but
but
the nights are
much shorter
the far north you go. The desert sands
blowing in the wind
is the only
noise we have for
the first few
few moments.
But then eventually
that noise is broken by a
shifting
as we see a vessel
sailing
across the sands as smoothly as a vessel over water, with
two main
sails
pushing it
pushing forward.
And we see
many people on this
keeping
the sails aligned.
And we see
people positioned at different locations on this
vessel. The vessel,
known as the Star Chaser,
is heading north to North Oasis
to collect,
or
rather to accept,
a bounty,
a
hunt
for
a
a purple worm,
where a
large reward has been promised.
We will start today by introducing
the first character.
Ooh, this is gonna be
interesting.
We zoom in on the
ship,
and we zoom in
towards
near the bow,
standing
near the
bow
nest, but
looking over the crew, making sure everybody is doing their jobs properly.
We
see.
Well, Megan,
Can you describe your character, please?
So you see a tall, slender woman who is covered in layers of light cloth. She has a hood up, but from her hood you can see tendrils of bright red hair. She's got tan skin, pretty sharp features, large gold earrings hanging from her ears, a very stern face, and the crew would know that she is not unkind, but she's definitely not gentle with her crew. And on her back, she has a long silver bow. And she just stands watching over her crew.
And as you're
kind of looking over the crew, one particular crew member that has always been kind of
he's kind of
the annoyance of the crew.
I mean,
he does the work,
but he
always seems
from
your experience,
he always
seems to be
making big deal
about the smallest things.
You're just kind of waiting. Wondering what is he going to
complain about today?
And as you're
thinking this, he does walk up
and he's holding
a crane.
The latch
for like a crane
in his hand.
And he
approaches and
he goes,
Miss Ilfana,
I seem to have accidentally
loosened the ballistas. What's the rope on it
called again?
What's this character's name?
His name
is Leonard.
Leonard, I see another end of the world problem is at our hands.
Yes, indeed.
What exactly? Repeat to me what this problem is.
I seem to have loosened
the bow. I guess.
I don't know. It's
the rope that the ballista fires the
thing with.
Fantastic. I think that. Come here with me. I'll show you how to fix it. And then I'd take him aside and so we can fix whatever he ruined.
It's a very easy fix.
He just
didn't
tighten it
with the crane
enough. And he as you're doing this,
he goes,
oh, that's the problem. It's lefty righty tighty.
Yes, even a child would remember that.
Yes, well. I think
it's just
this just goes to show.
I definitely deserve punishment of some kind. Should I tether myself to the back of the ship?
You do whatever you deem appropriate. I think it would be to the same level that I would make it.
All right.
So
he just
walks off
to the back of
to the aft of the ship
to do
whatever he will do.
I found that with him, he'll usually do worse than whatever I would do, so I just kind of let him do it.
Yeah, and for the
rest of you, he
takes a little
too far, it seems, at times.
But
I
think most of
you just keep him around just because
he just
he makes things entertaining.
So that is
Othana.
Next we will be going just a
little bit.
Well, actually, we're going to go
close to the aft,
and we're going to go
to the helm of the ship.
And standing
there,
we see three
individuals.
One
individual
is a woman
dressed in these
light
green
robes that I'm describing somebody else. But this woman in
light green robes,
and she's standing
in the middle of a circle
that is made of some
kind of jade material.
And as she
stands in there,
she's like
doing gestures and different things.
And
wind
is
constantly pouring from around her
up into
the sails,
permitting
this ship to continue to move forward.
But the other two
individuals
we see
standing.
One is looking at a
star map,
and one is
standing next to them.
I'm
gonna need
Josh
and Steph to describe their characters.
Steph, you want to go first, or?
Okay. So, my character is a water genasi, and she's got sand goggles on her forehead, wearing a surgical mask, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and wearing not quite captainish apparel, but kind of loose-fitting, kind of genie-esque clothing with like drooping sleeves. And she's just kind of peering over at the star map that the other one is looking at and asking questions and pointing at things.
Got an echo.
Hold on.
So,
and her name is Tsunami.
All right. My character, Asteros, Warforged. He is almost glossy black metal. It's almost an obsidian style, just glossy metal all over. And brilliant blue eyes, two here and one right here in the middle of the forehead. And it is from this third eye that the star map is almost glowing out of, basically becoming kind of a hologram of sorts, a half dome that moves as I look around it. And the crew would also know that at certain points, constellations and other stars would seem to gleam across the dark plates of my armor.
All right.
So as the
two of you
are kind of
reviewing your course as you continue northward,
Leonard
kind of passes the two of you, and he goes, "Hello," and he just keeps going past you to go to the back of the ship.
Keel hauling is not exactly worthy of this measure.
No, it's all right. I want to see what he does.
And
we all know that he is going to just hang himself by his foot and drag himself. He has done it too many times.
I enjoy it. Leave him alone.
So
you guys do see
he does take
a rope,
tie it to
one of the staves or one of the
pieces of the
railing,
ties it to one of his foot,
and then he just dives off the back of the ship.
2 points.
We have a 3% drag rate from this. It will slow us down to 3 minutes.
3 minutes won't hurt. If he wants to be dragged as bait, then he can be dragged as bait. I don't care.
Perhaps it will help us in our hunt.
Exactly. Let's let him keep doing this. It might help.
And
as you guys are saying this, the woman in the circle of jade, she stops for a moment, and the wind around her ceases,
and she looks
towards the two of you, and she says,
"How much
how much longer until we're in North Oasis?"
Excellent question, DM. How much longer would you say it would be?
Well, you guys
have been traveling now for a few weeks, about 2 or 3 weeks. 3 weeks. And you are approaching
the city.
You should be there within an hour.
We have approximately 60 minutes till we get there, but as stated, we will be behind schedule by 3 minutes with the current drag.
He's a dragon.
He's a dragon more than one way. All right.
So
woman in the green robe, she nods, and then she begins casting the winds again.
All right, and then we're
going
to. That's already been done. Okay. We go
into the
actual
inside of the ship itself
this
time,
and we see someone inside the kitchen getting breakfast
ready for the crew.
And Brumjer,
can you describe your character base?
Brumjer he looks like a mountain of a man with a very large ebon beard, mustache, like about half his face is beard mustache. He is currently yelling at one of the assistant chefs. He says, "I told you, if you mix the good tomatoes with the bad tomatoes again, I'm gonna turn you into a tomato. Get out of there. Go chop some potatoes."
Okay. And he scuttles off.
But it's
pretty early in the day.
So
you would probably be
in the
process of
making
breakfast or finishing breakfast. But you should be getting ready just to serve that out.
Many eggs.
So many
eggs.
Says
one of the crew members behind you.
But we. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
But one of the
crew members,
a
Goliath,
actually
approaches you really quick.
He says,
"Brumjer,
quick
question.
Since we only
slept
and had dinner
when the sun went down,
and it's
only been
like a
few hours since then.
Would this be a
midnight snack,
or is this still
breakfast?"
Is the sun up?
I think so.
Did you sleep when the sun was down?
No, I was doing
night watch.
Then it is breakfast for us. For you, midnight snack.
I like
midnight snacks.
That's Toby.
That's Toby, by the way.
I'll make you cookie.
What?
Do you want cookie?
I do want
cookie.
I shall make you cookie.
Oh yeah.
He is very excited.
You shall make a cookie now.
Yes, but he's one of the guys.
He's one of the guys that definitely helps with loading and unloading the ship.
He's
one of the big muscle guys with the ship, so he
comes in handy. Yeah,
so far.
Big hands get big cookie.
Okay. All right. And we are gonna
go.
All right, and
then
we're gonna go to
the very tip top
of the ship.
On top of the mainsail,
we have a crow's nest. And
standing there.
Cadmus, would you
please describe your character?
Yeah, so Cadmus is sitting in the crow's nest, sharpening his short swords. His skin is pale blue with constellation-like patterns placed around his body. His eyes are piercing amethyst color, and his hair is styled in an undercut. It's a silver color with pale blue lowlights towards the end of his hair. One of his eyebrows is slit. His ears are pierced with cloud crystal earrings. He is an Aragonasi. And he wears like a bandana around his neck that he can pull up over his nose if the sand is all in the air or whatever. But yeah, he's sort of just he's the tracker, but right now they don't have anything to track quite yet, so he's sort of just overseeing the crew and what they're doing from the crow's nest, watching Leonard go back to the back of the ship and hang himself there, and he's like, "Oh, not again."
From your position, you can see him. The rope is just long enough where you can see him
dragging and leaving like a plume of dust
behind him.
Typical.
And
while you're up there, can you give me? Give me the first roll. Give me a perception check.
Ta-da.
17.
17. All right.
17. All right.
So while you're kind of
looking in the back of the ship,
your eyes are kind
of wander
for a moment,
and
you see kind of
off to the side. You see these black
like
spots
that seem to be
on the sand several miles
off to the
starboard side of the ship.
Can't really tell
what they are,
but you do see
that they seem to be traveling in a similar direction.
You would think they'd be ships,
but the thing is,
you're watching
them and they kind of
jump every so often.
He'll like draw his poncho closer around him and like, what? And like come down from the crow's nest and go over to the captain and be like, I don't know if this is anything to be concerned about, but weird black hopping shapes.
Weird black hopping shape.
In coming this direction.
Coming towards the ship.
Well, towards our destination.
So they're going the same direction we are.
Potentially after the same contract.
Are they going... But they're hopping, so why would they go after... Would I know what this is by the description?
Vince, could either of us... Could I maybe roll history to see if I know what this is either?
This is not going
to be a history. Can I have you guys roll me nature checks?
Can I roll this as well?
If you want to,
go ahead.
20.
Ooh. 23.
Ooh.
16.
Astarios,
you're not sure what this is,
but
tsunami. It kind of clicks in your head, and Cadmus, as you're talking about it, it kind of goes like, oh wait a minute. It makes more sense if they're creatures. It's sand raptors.
Yeah, we should
keep clear of those. You guys immediately at the same time think the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sand raptors. We need to maybe change our course a bit.
Astraeos, can you chart us in the direction to steer clear of those raptors?
Affirmative, but it will put us behind 15 minutes.
That's fine. We
drag.
Okay. Somebody pull Leonard off the ship, please, and just throw him in the brig or something if he still feels like he needs to be punished.
I mean, sand raptor bait is maybe a good role for him.
No, we don't want them coming towards us, so we need to get him onto the ship. And I'm fine with the 15 minutes. I look over at the windcasters, like, we're going to be detouring away from raptors. It's going to add another 15 minutes to our travel.
Which diversion path should I take? To the starboard or the port?
Astraeos, which direction?
I would need to know which direction is the sand raptors coming from.
Starboard.
Then towards the port, please.
And she starts
kind of guiding the winds
and making the
sails kind of point so way you guys start moving in a port direction.
Following after the arrow of the archer.
And while that's
happening,
we're gonna go. Excuse me. On the bow nest, we kind of go to the very front of the ship. And
Darzar, have you described your character as you're kind of noticing the ship is suddenly just taking a very swift turn to the port.
Mm-hmm. So burly Leonin scrambles up a little higher on the bowsprit, looking out at their change of direction. He's got a a large pair of bagpipes slung across his back, and he's kind of just wearing basically tatters of robes at this point. He's almost no shirt left of whatever shirt he was once wearing. And he's got his what you can see of his kind of furry skin is heavily scarred in all manner of different places. He seems to be fully intent on showing off to as many people as possible, by leaving his shirt completely unrepaired. And yeah.
So with a sudden turn to port, you kind of have to grab a hold of the railing because it was a pretty sudden shift. As graceful as sand ships are, turning is not their strongest point, and especially when you're kind of perched a little bit forward at the front of it, you feel the turns a lot more than anybody else. But with this, you do see Toby coming from below deck, and he has a cookie in his hand. And he is just so happy. He's just like looking at this thing like it's the best thing he's ever received.
I snap my head up to Darzar and I say, "What do you see? Why are we turning?"
I guess I would need to roll perception to see if I also spot the sand raptors.
Go ahead.
Should have broke my dice earlier.
Click clacks.
I don't think I will know. Now 7. I do not notice, probably.
Yeah, you're not sure.
More sand! Unless the sand is thicker in the other part.
Basically. That's all you do see is just sand. Wait, you rolled the 7. Wait, you rolled the 7, right?
Yeah.
Just for fun. I have Othana and Darzar roll me a d6.
I rolled a 4.
5.
9. Okay. As the ship kind of does turn to the port a little bit, you do see a kind of off to the port, like good direction away. There's just something you're just kind of noticing. You see a single spire of stone that's just poking out of the desert. It's just there.
Does it look like we're going to collide with said spire?
No, it's very far away. And with the direction you're going in, if anything, it's more behind you than in front of you.
Would I have any idea what that is?
You guys can roll me a history check on this one.
Oh no. Well, that's a 2. That's a 2 on the die.
You're not sure.
To the hard floor, please.
It's always very nervous to get.
But that's a 6 with my modifier. Who made the baby cry?
Ready for a nap. Daddy made the baby cry.
That's it. Daddy has to take 1d6 damage. Mom smacked him in the head.
4 damage. There we go. All right. Darzar, you roll the history.
Yeah, 21.
You are aware what that is. You've heard about it. Never seen it before. It's simply known as the Spire. It was discovered, or rather, it emerged out of the sands about a decade ago. Nobody really knows what it is, what it is for. It's just there. No entrances have been found. It's just the spire of black stone that just pops out of the desert. And it is a pretty common landmark for most people when they are heading for North Oasis.
So Darzar is going to swing down the bowsprit onto the deck and land the heavy thud. Be like, that's the spire. The people who find it were real imaginative.
Basically. Let's see. I've never take a note of that. All right. But as time does continue, does anybody actually pull Leonard onto the ship?
I would finally go over and.
Yeah, I would. When the captain said to pull him up because of the sand raptors, I would have.
As you pull him up, he looked completely wind blasted, and he definitely has a rash. Like he looks very scraped up.
In fact, let's
not too bad.
But yeah, he
just
like scratches
all over his face and
that kind of thing.
He's just like,
"Is my punishment
"Is my punishment adequate enough?"
Yes, Leonard, this time. I believe
like-
Cook made cookies, so if you'd like a cookie, please go down and get one.
Are they
Are they poisoned?
Toby, are the cookies poisoned?
I mean, to be fair, Bromja made them, so maybe.
That's a good point.
Bromja
No one's gotten
is a
sick this week.
wonderful cook.
And no one's gotten sick yet. And I'll cast Cure Wounds on him just to, like, fix whatever scratches he has.
Great. Means that the
Beatings
beatings
could be more thorough next time.
So yeah, like 10 HP. I don't know how much he took from, like, all that, but...
You maxed him out, so all of his wounds were
yeah.
Bromjar thinks this
Go-
man gets off on the pain. Bromjar
Go
wants-
get yourself a potentially poisoned cookie and sit and think about what you've done.
If I die from a poison cookie, I think it make it a lot easier for the lot of you. He goes
downstairs.
Leonard, if you don't stop beating yourself up, I'm gonna do it for you.
Poor guy.
All right.
If you don't stop whining, I might just consider using you as bait.
Well, I think that might be the most worthwhile.
Stop whining and go get a cookie and be quiet.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we're really, really bad for his ego. Poor guy.
He shouldn't have signed on.
Perhaps he would do well with the cooking guild, or perhaps the refiners guild.
You want to put this
But
man
definitely
in
not
something that can
the
explode?
Star Chasers.
I agree, but he's on the ship now and it's too late to throw him over.
Leonard would slightly undercook chicken and then throw himself into a pot of boiling oil to make up for it.
Yes, that is entirely accurate.
He cannot be in the cooking guild.
This man needs to be in the least dangerous line of work possible. I presume making baby toys. Because, yes.
You do not want to see what Leonard can do with a screwdriver. It's not good.
Imagining data not found. How terrifying.
Everybody back to work. Stop coming up with weird scenarios for the poor guy and just go back to your duties.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Yes,
Yes,
Captain.
So yeah,
Bromjor.
Leonard does come downstairs.
He's like, I hear you have poison cookies.
He stops mid cookie baking with like an apron. He's got like a frilly apron on. Like mid cookie bake. He just stops and goes, "What?"
That's what they
told me up there.
He points behind him.
Poisoned cookies?
Well,
to be fair,
they said potentially.
Oh, those bastards. Well, how about this? You are going to be my taste tester. Come here.
All right.
He comes over
and he gives you a hand.
Just grabs him. He like picks him up. He's so large. He picks him up by like the head, like a doll, and just like eat. Just like shoves it in his mouth.
All right.
So as this
does continue, unfortunately, without the drag,
it's only just
a 15-minute delay.
But even still, as you guys head more
northward.
Eventually, 1 second. Okay, 1 second.
Okay, 1 second, guys.
Role play
amongst yourselves.
That's a baby.
He upset the baby again. Has to roll another d6.
Be right back.
So Brumjar has taken personal offense to him saying his cookies might be poisoned. He's made a bunch of cookies just for him as shoveling them into his gullet. It's like, you think my cookies are poisoned? Huh? Eat the cookie. Eat the cookie.
Bromjar, I've heard you have excellent cookies down here. Can I have some?
Catch the cookie.
Captain, if you would wish to go down and enjoy breakfast, I can ensure the rest of the survival of this ship. while you and your first mate have some well-deserved rest.
I'm fine, Captain. I'll stay up here if you would like to go down and eat.
I'm fine.
You
What
have
did
got
what did you see? Why did we turn?
There were sand
Sand
raptors.
chances
There
of
was
sur-
sand and no one told me. Dang it.
chances of survival were extremely high, but
I love
delay
this
and
guy's
therefore loss of contact would have resulted in us losing more water than we could sustain, thus needing to sell the ship eventually.
I'm not selling this. I stole some of my parents' fortune to buy this thing. That's not happening.
I love this man. I love his scarf. I love his energy. It's infectious, and I love it. This is energy I love.
Othana taps on Asterios's like chest and says, "I see why you keep the tin can around." And then she goes back to the bow of the ship.
Don't call
I
him
am
that.
not made of I am made of adamantium, not tin.
It was a figure of speech, Astraeus. Not literal.
Understood. Downloading figure of speech.
Captain, you
Download
seem
complete.
stressed. Have you tried yoga or maybe just like give more responsibility to the first mate? Actually, maybe don't do that. Yoga's a good place to start.
Cadmus,
What?
you want to be tied to the back of the ship.
That does kind of sound fun, actually. Yes.
I'm surrounded by sadists.
Cadmus,
Well-
go back to the crow's nest. I don't need you telling me what to do. I'm fine.
Sure, I'm gonna go get some poison cookies first, though.
Go ahead. But if he finds out you're the one that said his cookies were poison, somebody needs
Bromger!
some sort of recording device.
Bromger, I heard you're trying to kill the crew with poison cookies. Really?
Bromshore not have poison cookies. Whole tray of cookies just goes flying out the door.
Does that count as an improvised weapon?
Possibly.
Hey, if you want to roll
Hey, if you want to roll it, go for it.
I'm rolling.
Go ahead,
Roll the
yeah.
hit.
Roll it.
Roll the hit.
What is that again? Is that a 20? Hang on, I got a dice here somewhere with me.
Roll
That's
the
a
hit with a
15.
pan of cookies. I love it.
My AC is 18, so that does not hit me.
Okay.
I dodged the tray of cookies.
But
What's the guy I'm beating?
it hits
what
Leonard.
was the
It hits
guy
Leonard.
Who came down before? What's his name again? The guy
Leonard.
who tied
Leonard.
Leonard's currently in a cookie coma.
Yeah.
Cookies,
Yeah.
coming out of his mouth, his nose. He's in a corner, and Bromjar's just throwing cookies at him. Like, hey, you want cookie? What's wrong with you?
This poor man.
Yeah.
Leonard is just
kind of
kind of.
He's gonna wake up and have a sugar high.
yeah.
Yeah.
This
More
man
like a
won't
heart
shit
attack.
properly for a week.
He's gonna become diabetic.
I propose we purge his stomach immediately.
Is he not diabetic already?
I repeat my previous statement.
Are you wanting food? Not cookies.
Well, cookies can't provide sustenance.
This is true. Bromjar has made you eggs with ketchup, tomatoes, and a bit of onion inside.
Oh, you said ketchup. That's definitely poisoned. I'm gonna go back to the crow's nest now.
Why everyone think ketchup poison? I only add a little bit of vodka to ketchup. Everyone talks shit about my eggs.
Bromger, I love you. Give me all of them right now.
You get. He perks up. He's like a child's like, you want food?
Yes, I require sustenance to maintain his physical form of physique epitome.
You have opened up Pandora's box. He presents you with what could only be considered a shield's worth of eggs.
Yes, excellent.
About 15 pounds worth of eggs he has cooked. And he puts it on a plate with a fork and a knife. He ties a bib around your neck. Says, good luck.
Is there a
Captain.
tentacle coming out of those eggs?
That's a secret ingredient. Shut up.
Captain, I worry about having Bromger as our cook. his water intake for ingredients is incredibly high.
Who said he put water into ingredients?
It is clearly vodka, and I approve of this.
More vodka.
Astraeus, you and I both have the ability to create water, and you're concerned about the chef's use of water.
Merely the need of purchasing ingredients.
He's feeding an entire ship.
Thank you. Somebody has from your side. Holy shit.
Look, he tried his own food and now he's dying.
Oh my god. We are
Who's all up top?
Who's up top?
Who's up top right now?
I still am.
All right.
All right.
So can I have
the two of you roll me perception checks?
Yep.
Whoever's up on top of that.
These dice, they get so funny.
11.
25.
Ooh.
25.
Nat 19.
That's a warning, D20. You roll crappy again and you're going in dice prison.
So.
Okay.
As the hour comes to an end,
you guys do
see
at first
a line of white.
It's just
a line of white.
But as you guys get
closer to it, you see it gets higher
and higher
and higher
and higher
and higher
until
eventually
you realize it's a wall.
It's a wall.
A white
stone wall.
And as you
guys do approach, you do see
currently from
where you get kind of at
with a little bit of
a port direction.
You see
two gates
like
pretty far apart from each other.
But this looks like the
gateway
to a city.
That must be our destination.
A Santa beard here, windmill would be perfect for Bromyar.
And with a 25,
Astraeus,
you see other sand ships
going in
and out of these gates.
Which one of the two looks the least busy?
There are two in front
of you.
The one that is
to your port
appears to be
less busy.
And remind me the wind mage's name.
Her name,
Lonnie.
I did not learn it.
Thank you. Lonnie, please help me in steering the ship towards the port gate for quicker access and potentially quicker bounties.
Very
well.
And she begins moving it
towards the port direction again.
But as you guys
do approach
the
city,
and it is
incredible.
The walls
themselves are very imposing.
They tower
high
above the ship. There are several like it looks gargantuan.
Like this looked more like
somebody took
a white mountain
and carved
it into a wall.
Is what this
seems more like.
But as you do
approach the gate, which is this large, just kind of
opening
in the wall
with
gold trim and some
light blue
coloration trim colorings
around it. You enter
inside the gate,
and you see
other sand ships
exiting
the city. Some are in line behind you, some are in front of you.
But as you
pass through the wall,
there's
a moment where
you only
can see just the wall that is around you.
But then
eventually
you do see
ahead of you
a
sprawling metropolis
made of
sandstone, white stone,
just
all manner of stone work
is just
evident in this city,
and
it is enormous.
None of you
have ever seen a city
this
large.
As closer
to the walls,
the taller
and more numerous
the
buildings are.
But as you look
towards the center
of the city,
the
the
buildings get smaller and sparser.
And
there is a second wall
near the center
that you can see of similar construct.
But you do
see
off this wall
aqueducts
are
branching off of it.
And
And
there are many towers and people that are standing around this wall protecting it. And in the part of the city you guys are in, the sand lanes are very similar to how the city of Venice is built on the water. The city more is built so that way there are lanes of sand so that way people can still continue into the city. But major docking for the larger sand ships is almost right next to the gates.
Captain, permission to call everyone for docking.
Okay.
Let me see. Do I have this? I do not. Dang it. So much for that idea. But I would just quickly pound my chest almost as if it's a ringing of a bell. Boom, boom, boom. Signaling it's time to dock and go ashore.
Hearing that, I start pointing people in the right direction and telling them what to do and making sure that we have an easy, smooth docking.
And Toby is like doing the work for two. This big Goliath. He's just picking up two lines of rope and he's just dragging them over to the side, ready to line up.
Oh, thank God someone's doing Leonard's work.
He moves strong because he eats Brahms cookies.
I don't think that's it.
He actually has a cookie in his mouth that's just
eating.
Toby, use your knees. If you throw out your back, you won't be any use to us.
Right.
Well, Darza.
Introducing the mom of the group. Use your knees, honey. Don't throw your back out, or we'll have to throw you overboard.
Sorry, bitch.
I will approve the throwing of overboard.
Oh, this group loves these people so much.
Darzo's going to spring up like shoving eggs in, like, right job! And he comes sprinting up deck, pulls his bagpipes out, and goes, Beta Cortez! And blowing his bagpipes, like raucous skirling of like, again, what a normal ship would be a shrill pipe to summon the crew to deck is just like bagpipes. And it's incredibly loud. It's incredibly effective. And I guess the rest of the crew comes, who didn't hear Estrios' banging, hears the bagpipes and comes running up on deck. He goes, my job. My job.
I imagine he's screeching.
You were resting. I was prepared to take over if needed.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right. But as proper methods are methods. Anyway, proper procedures are used to get this ship docked. Eventually, you are tied off to again another stone constructed dock and tied off to it with thick ropes.
Do we need to be tied up? Is there errant wind that can blow us out of dock? We can't float away, right?
Imagine either that or the shifting sands will just drag the ship away.
That's fair, I guess.
Yeah, that is a potential. You never know.
We are in the poles where the weather typically is the most severe changes.
But you do know earthquakes are a pretty common occurrence in this world, and that can very easily shift the sands.
We live on God's Etch-a-Sketch. Basically. It.
Oh, great.
Now I'm just thinking of Perth with an Etch-a-Sketch.
Oh no, wait, not
Perth.
Probably.
No.
God gets bored. Shakes the Etch-a-Sketch 2 times.
Lift with an Etch-a-Sketch. All right.
But as you guys
finish docking, the city is bustling with activity. There are several other dock hands that are helping other ships get loaded up. There are other crew members that are just, prepping their ships, getting supplies. Every so often, though, you do see soldiers in a common uniform, which is of a gold and red, kind of like strappy-looking armor. They are walking place to place, just kind of keeping a vigilant watch over everything.
But you
But you guys do see a familiar sight.
You do
You see some individuals that are dressed in blue robes with green highlights.
This is
This is members of the Merchants Guild.
These
These people are the ones who basically
are the ones who
monetized water,
and
they have their fingers everywhere.
So
they clearly seem to be the ones who are operating and owning the dock.
Yeah, but
as
you guys
finish docking up, one of these members of the Merchants Guild kind of walks up to your guys' ship,
and he has like
a piece of parchment on a
plank of wood,
which
immediately grabs
attention
because
wood
is
very rare.
In fact,
most of you,
your weapons,
the hilts of your weapons are either made out of either bone
or even stone.
There's very little to no wood
that is available.
So the fact that this guy is holding basically a plank of wood,
he's
definitely using this as a
kind of like a show of
status.
Yeah.
What is the ship made out of?
Well, the ships
are also made of wood.
But that is one of
the only common occurrences that you see wood being used. But wood being used in such a small manner,
having wood as a clipboard, that's a show of power.
That's
Yeah.
just like a so what, boys?
Yeah,
sand ships,
they're expensive.
because wood is
next to water is the rarest commodity.
Casually flexes with wood.
Basically. Flex your wood.
Don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
But
yeah.
So he approaches
back on,
and he kind of walks up to like one of the planks that leads up to it, and he's like,
"Purpose for
docking in North Oasis.
Home.
Are you the captain
of the vessel?
I am.
Name,
please.
Tsunami.
Name of vessel.
Star Chaser.
Kind of looks at you for a moment. Nods.
And he continues writing things down. And
what is your
purpose for docking?
A
business of any kind?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Any prominent figures you are visiting?
Hmm?
Any prominent
figures you're visiting?
My parents.
Raises
an eyebrow at that.
And they
are
Nobility. She's being very vague.
Best question. Best answer to these questions.
Yeah, he continues
to give it
a glare.
Anyway,
it is half.
Thana actually steps forward and hands forward a sigil ring because she actually is from a noble family, and then just nods to him.
He looks at the sigil. And then he kind of goes. Very well. It is half a gallon to tie your ship to the dock. And it'll be
an additional gallon per day.
It
remains.
And you guys
have
the
necessary funds,
so you don't need
to worry about that.
But with this, he takes the payment, and he
leaves the vessel.
The city is
open to you guys.
What would you like to do? You know, for the quick reminder, you guys are here
for picking up a bounty with the Sandstalkers. That you guys know is your primary objective here.
But otherwise,
North Oasis is here and open.
And the Sandstalkers, what is their? They just hunt creatures, or they have other goals?
Well, they are known as monster
hunters.
That is the main
thing that they are known for.
They
also are
often
regarded
as
worshippers of Lith,
the
keeper of sands.
But
hunting monsters is the primary thing they're known for.
But they also
are known explorers,
and they will do observation
work on creatures as well.
If you provide them
with enough water.
You must find more cooking ingredients, more eggs.
Well, you keep
serving Shieldsworth.
You're
definitely going to have to go through a lot of eggs.
He was hungry.
You said these are the sand
Sandstalkers.
Sandstalkers. Gotcha.
Straight to business, Captain?
Not quite. I have some personal matters I need to tie up first.
Great. Darza, let's go cause some trouble.
I say we steal water from the aqueducts.
I don't think we want that water.
You caused too
But
much trouble,
I
you're
like
being
your
left
mindset.
behind.
Right, you said trouble. And I was like, well, what's the most trouble we can get up to in 24 hours? That would be the most trouble.
Break the aqueducts.
But I'm down for whatever trouble else you had in mind. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but for
For most of you, this is your first time immediately, or
this
first time for most of you in North Oasis. And again, it's the largest and most compact city you probably have ever seen.
Is this a
Corey,
city or a
why-
country?
Query, why is there so many people in one location? Would that not draw attention to monsters and or thieves?
It's a city, Estrellas.
There's a large wall.
Protective wall.
Tunneling
guy
underneath
is so
that
much.
wall is still a possibility.
I take
As
the
well as
ballista on the
taking
wall.
advantage-
Yeah, there are
ballistas
up there.
Yeah.
up there.
taking advantage of earthquakes and swaying underneath.
Estrellas, people find strength in numbers and walls. I'm sure whatever danger faces this Oasis city, the guards in the wall can face it.
And if not,
Mhm.
maybe we offer our help.
I like the way he thinks.
Bromjord
Is there a
always
temple
ready to
of
give.
Earth?
Bromder is now wearing his
Temple
armor.
of Earth is off on the northern side of town. I'll take you there later.
Religion interests me, especially one of such beauty as stars.
Well, I need to visit there anyway, so we'll go there a little bit. First, I need to settle something.
Being a druid is quite similar to its own religion. I mean, you're given power from the earth. That's
I
Your
have received
God.
my power not from Earth, but from the stars themselves, as they seem to have. He basically casts druid craft, and a constellation of a flower appears on my hand as a flower is right there, or whatever druid craft actually makes.
You can do that.
You can do that.
Yeah,
Whatever that fucking spell does.
just the flower appears in my hand.
it's like thaumaturgy or prestidigitation for druids.
Thaumaturgy collectively.
Thaumaturgy is for clerics. Prestidigitation's for wizards. Druid's craft is for druids.
Yeah, except mine
Laughs in
instantly.
Warlock.
Mine basically gives me a compass
Mm-hmm.
as well as a weather detector.
Mm-hmm. Yep. For the next 24 hours, you can predict the weather, which should be very useful for a navigator.
Bromjord
Speaking
imagines
of,
weather prediction usually
according-
says hot.
According to this flower, what would the weather be for this next 24 hours?
In the
far north,
there is
a.
it does look like an
It does look like an electric storm
is coming soon.
is coming soon.
Hot
It
and
would seem
skin. Hot and light.
Something
and
electrical will be coming pretty soon. I would suggest taking cover during said storm.
Okay.
All right.
Captain, would you like some extra protection, or would you like me to watch? And I just turn my eyes to that group of idiots and just
Hey, I'm not an
roll
idiot.
my eyes.
I am.
Bromjord is
Oh,
currently
Anna,
trying to shove a cookie down his down.
I would appreciate if you kept an eye on the rest of the crew while I'm out.
Yes, Captain.
Oh, what's the worst that could happen, Captain? Oh,
The
so
ship would catch fire.
Oh, that's just
That's just one thing.
Correction. Worst possible scenario. Calibrating.
Oh,
Somebody could steal
the ship.
Someone could burn
Someone
it.
could burn it.
I can think of a
few other things.
Someone whacked
Water
the
ducts,
machine until
destroying
they stopped
economy.
talking.
Someone could
Economy,
break an
turn to shreds.
aqueduct, and I look at
Mhm.
Darazar.
I didn't say
Economy.
break it. I said steal from it. There's a difference. The
I
violent
said break
architecture
it.
versus the next guy. Just saying.
Economy, turn to shreds.
I
All of-
cast
all of
calm
our life.
emotions on Leonard.
Does he have to roll
Does
for
he have
that?
to roll for that?
Yeah,
No.
What is
Does he?
What is it?
Oh.
yeah.
I thought it was
15 charisma.
Oh gosh.
Oh gosh.
Mm.
I bet he's real charismatic.
That's a 0.
That's a
He
0.
had a 0.
Oh
I
no.
cast calm emotions on him.
He rolled a 2.
He rolled a 2.
He has a negative.
He has a negative
charisma.
2 charisma.
Fantastic.
How is that worse than a nat 1?
What does he have? What does he have? A 6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I basically have given him
just the
just the
worst
worst stats possible.
Fair.
All the dumb stats
Stay
from
on the
other
ship.
characters.
It's
Like,
appropriate.
stay on the ship and don't do anything stupid.
Uh,
Just stay here.
All right.
All right.
He just sits there.
He just sits there.
And he just kind
And he just kind of looks off in the
Don't
distance.
give you more cookies.
No, no more
He holds
cookies.
the cookie up like threateningly. Like,
No more cookies.
Don't break it.
Anybody's
had enough cookies.
It's Leonard.
It's Leonard.
He's like bloated.
He has like some
frosting all over his face.
He is distended from all the cookies, but I'm going to give you more if you start talking some shit.
How do nobility such as yourselves ever deal with common rags like them?
Astreos, do you wish to join me back to the manor?
If you so wish.
Back to the manor. How do commoners deal with nobility?
That's what I was going to ask the same question, actually.
And Toby at this
point says,
They usually
they usually avoid him.
Yes, we
Yes.
do.
They hide.
I'm sure mother and father would be oh so thrilled to see you're back.
I remember. But it was you that was purchased, that had purchased me. It was not them.
Yes, but it was with their money. So let's go and
Not saying you're a slave.
visit.
You're an indentured servant.
So
No,
So-
I am 100% a bought item.
He's a purchased item.
Oh shit.
so
Tsunami and Asarios
are
heading to
Tsunami
Tsunami Samui's manor.
What about the rest of
What
you?
about the rest of you?
Tavern.
Hmm?
Tavern.
Ah,
You said Evan.
Evan!
Heaven!
I got thrown off.
No, there's a
I'm going to ascend.
I heard Evan too.
I got
Good.
thrown-
We're now going to Evans.
Yeah, but pretty
yeah,
close.
but pretty close
to the dock.
to the dock where you guys are tied off.
There is indeed.
There is indeed
There is indeed
what appears to be
excuse me, a tavern.
excuse me, a tavern,
And it is
labeled as the
golden
Golden
Sail.
Trim Sail.
I let them go ahead of me and just stay back a few paces, kind of like a mom with all of her kids on leashes,
Mhm.
and just keeps an eye on them and glares at them whenever they kind of stray from the path.
So there has to be always one mom in the group, in any D&D group that is.
She's a very angry mom.
She's very. She drinks,
I'm enjoying-
She's drinking by like 9 a.m. Just,
Yeah.
I'm enjoying being the chaos child right now because I'm usually the mom friend, so I'm going to take advantage of it while it lasts.
We're pretty
Evenly split on chaotic and not so.
Hmm
I apologize if my C3PO gets annoying.
No, it's good.
I'm so
I'm
here
having
for
fun
it.
No,
with
it's
it.
good.
I get R2, I get C3PO vibes, and I love it.
It's a good counterbalance to the craziness that we're putting on over here. It's a calm down.
Everyone is calm. Everyone else.
And then there's
Leonard.
Right.
There's Leonard.
I
getting
feel like
presents with
Tsunami
cookies.
is chaotic tired and Olsana is lawful tired. That's just what they are.
Is he alignment for the mom?
That is my new favorite alignment.
And then Cadmus is chaotic stupid, so
There you go.
we either
Pirates are like.
have stupid or tired, and that's our
I feel like-
alignment.
Darzar is just chaotic.
Now,
And
No. He's chaotic bard.
yeah.
Yes.
Chaotic. In the square, right there in the center.
And
Yep.
Astarios is the brain cell.
is the brain cell.
The brain
One
cell.
brain
The
cell on the
single.
ship.
brain cell.
Only one.
Brain cell of the party.
All right.
So
you guys
enter
inside the tavern.
inside the tavern, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
As soon as you guys do
As soon as you guys do enter in,
it seems
it seems
it's pretty active.
it's pretty active at the moment.
A couple of other
sand sailors,
a couple of
people that are just getting drinks, and they're drinking
what's
called
this is a very
common drink in the desert.
It's called amber. And it's a very kind of refined
like
very
spicy beverage.
It's almost like an apple
Almost like an apple cider, but with
of course with some
alcoholic preservant.
Is there like a few tough guys looking around?
I mean,
the toughest people that you see, you do see a couple of orcs
that are in there that are
they're bandaged up, like they're preparing to go sand surfing. And you do see in one corner, and Ophelia, you'll notice them too, or Thana, I should say. You do see a group of desert elves, which is interesting
because most desert
elves tend to not really like being in cities. They prefer being out in the actual sands.
But there's a group
of them just sitting there, and they seem to be
sitting around a
table, kind of going over a map of a sand region.
Where the orcs they seem
to be drinking, and they're bellowing and laughing, and they're just kind of chatting with each other.
Is there a stage?
There is. And there currently is some music being played by a couple of individuals. Interesting motley crew. There's a tabaxi, and there's also a dwarf
and a
halfling.
They're all
playing music.
It's a halfling playing.
I was saying
hobbit and halfling are the same thing.
There she is. The dog wants to say hello. She's insistent.
Doggo, hello, doggo.
Hello, doggy.
Hey.
Dog decides, oh, you're talking? What are you talking about? Can I be involved? Can I bite your leg?
That's how baby decides thing. Baby's like, oh, you're busy doing something? Okay, I'm going to start being fussy now.
Brumjord is going to go over and challenge them to arm wrestling match.
The orcs? Sorry, you're going.
Bromjar's going over to the orcs.
Yes.
All right. When you
first approach them,
they kind of look at you
and go,
"Hey, what are you drinking?
I hear orcs are strong. Yes.
One of them kind of steps forward and goes,
What
about it?
Brumjord say we put that to contest.
What are the
stakes?
Loser buys next drink.
I like
it.
Get your water
ready. And he sits down at a table.
What about the rest of you?
When Othana sees the sand elves, she kind of pulls her hood a little bit farther forward, and just heads straight towards whatever bar there is. And rather than ordering an alcoholic beverage, she just gets juice.
Okay.
Can I have some apple juice? Please?
Can I have some cactus juice?
I mean,
it's the quenchiest.
It's gonna be the quenchiest.
It'll quench you.
It'll quench you.
I mean, there is cactus juice, but there also is other fruits as well that are farmed and harvested in the areas around oases. That is, so I mean, fruit juice and that kind of stuff is still common.
She would definitely get something that she wouldn't be able to get anywhere else. So something that is specific to the oasis.
To North Oasis, there is something that there is actually starfruit is one of their major exports, and the fruit doesn't last very long. So starfruit juice is the thing that is actually provided here that you could get.
Did you say star? Huh.
Yeah, she takes the glass and just kind of chuckles to herself and starts drinking it while trying to keep her face away from the group of sand elves.
Okay. And then Darzar and and Cadmus. What about the two of you?
What trouble are we going to cause?
Darza is going to jump up on the stage, like kick over a stool, put that on it, and start piping.
And you are immediately like overpowering like these people
Yeah,
playing
exactly.
the flute. One of them's playing like a beating a drum. Like they just kind of look over towards you like, what the heck is this?
And then his pipes fall away. They keep playing, even though he's not playing them. He starts singing. And it's a very raucous tune.
Give me
it's a
performance
shanty.
check. Give me a performance check.
All right.
It's a station. Okay, back up again.
19.
Oh, so you actually do
You
pretty
actually
well.
do pretty well.
And a couple of people,
And a couple of people
getting into it.
Yes, I love you too, sweetie.
I mean, at first people are like, "What the heck is going on?" But eventually, people start going along with it. And the other performers kind of see this, and so they start going along with what you're paying. We're playing.
Cadmus like looks at his flute and he's like, "No, not today. No."
Not today.
Not ready for that.
He'll go get a drink and he'll sit on the other side of names of Ulthana.
Okay.
Between them and the desert elves to sort of like notices that she's like facing away, so to give more of a privacy barrier.
Okay.
Respects the sidebar.
Respect the sidebar. Yeah.
While you guys are all there, Tsunami and Astrios, you're heading off to. I actually do not have a family name for you yet.
Nope.
Okay, but you head off to your family's manor.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys do
get
there, and it's.
Is the title family truly as rich as it seems to be?
In most cases. Mine not so much, just because of what I've chosen to do with my life. My parents disapprove quite a lot.
Yes. Well, sailing and adventuring is not exactly what one might call a noble family, such as the titles and tidal waves, such as yourself, Tsunami.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that I chose to follow Perth. That's the first bit in their cup of tea, so to speak, that had happened.
Ironically, spitting is actually respectful.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I grew up with them saying that
Tha.
that Tha is the deity I should be worshipping because she is the mother of the waters. But I decided once I was old enough to make my own choices that Perth was more something that suited me. And they didn't quite agree with that.
You guys do eventually come to the outside of the title manor. It's a gated and you know.
I thought I might as well give you some kind of lore that worked with Genasi names.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but the gate itself is like iron wrought, and it has depictions of like waves and water. But you guys approach.
Well,
Here goes nothing. And I just pressed the gate.
And it does open to you.
I walk up to the door and open that too.
As soon as you enter,
I'm walking
one of the main servants of the place, goblin actually. He's going, excuse me, can you? Oh. Yeah, when he sees who you are, he immediately stops talking.
Hello, little goblin friend.
Are my parents home?
No, they are not.
No, they are not actually.
Do you know when they'll be back or where they went?
I
I understand they are at
Oasis
Oasis 58,
dealing with
some water
trade
trade business.
Oh, I don't have to deal with this. I'm in town for 1 week and I decide to be polite and come visit, and then they end up disappearing anyway.
Would you like me to
Would you like me to tell them you drop by?
The silence.
The silence
It would
speaks
probably
volumes.
be it would probably be the polite thing to do, little goblin friend.
No, Strauss, it's best if they don't know I'm here. They might come rushing back to try to correct the error of my ways.
If anything, the purchase of me has proven that you are sound in your starry gaze.
Not to brag or
Not to brag or anything.
Yeah, purchasing you was one of the things that they didn't approve of either, so it's best they don't know that I'm here.
Very like backwards.
All right, and I turn around and walk away and shut the door.
Thank you,
this
little
Little
goblin.
goblin, completely flabbergasted.
It's a very backwards compliment. Like, yes, you made a good choice, buying me into servitude.
Hey, I'm a robot. I'm not exactly.
All right.
All right.
The rest of you
The rest of you are in the tavern.
Can I have each of you
Can I have each of you roll me a d6
and tell me what your
and tell me what your result is?
It's a 3.
3 for Bronzer.
3 for Bronzer.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a 6.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
That's a 5.
And Drazar.
And Drazar, what did you get?
3.
3.
3.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
first of all,
Bromger. The arm
wrestling
is
pretty
even.
pretty even.
Like you
Kind of get a couple of different matches in.
Like one of you wins
and goes, hey, double or nothing kind of thing. And so it just kind of keeps doing this back and forth
where
it
kind of
ends with the two of you
just agreeing
that
okay,
we're both done,
but
nobody is really indebted to anybody else right now.
But you have
won some drinks,
you lost some drinks. It's pretty even
at this point though.
Bromjo respects your strength. You are good fighters.
Hey, if you
ever want to surf from the sands,
keep an eye out for
the orcs.
This is a good idea. Be well, friends.
Indeed.
May
Lith guide
you.
And the
orcs they actually make their way out of the tavern. Darzar.
Your performance
continues in a pretty good fashion.
A lot of people
continue to
enjoy it. Like
a couple of people who first walk in are like
taken aback
by bagpipes
at first.
But after a few moments, they eventually get into it, and they're kind of like,
okay, I get it.
Yeah, I get it.
So I mean, it's a pretty good overall performance in the place. And as far as Othana and Cadmus, the Sand Elves don't seem to notice Othana at all. They stick with their map for a while. They eventually roll it up, and they make their way out of the tavern. And they seem to pay no mind to either of you. So
why is it that desert elves make you so uncomfy?
Uncomfy. Sorry. She just looks sideways at you, and when you get a good look at her, you can actually see that her skin tone was closer to what the Sand Elves had. And you know that she is a half elf, and I mean, I imagine you'd probably put 2 and 2 together. When I left home, it wasn't on good terms. And I know, obviously, not all Sand Elves know each other, but I'd rather just not risk it.
I see. That's fair. If I ran into another Ergonasi, I think I would literally fly away.
I mean, most
Genocide
in this
world
are of
the higher up class.
A large number
of them because they're associated with the elements.
So most
of them are either upper echelon or they are really well off individuals.
So
I love that.
And you
Yes,
all
I-
chose piracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was about to say, I don't think many people who are on good terms with their family turn to a life of piracy.
Oh, I was on great terms. We were fantastic. They're just so strict in their ways and in their views. I didn't want to be bound by that. I wanted to see what the world could offer, and so I left.
George thinks you are a big airhead.
Well, fitting, I suppose.
Great.
But
I think
We each take
we each take 3 points of pun damage.
Althon is
that's only
immune.
if that is what pun damage is, oh
No,
boy.
Listen
I
up.
can
I
give you
can bring the
punishment.
pun.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
Bring the
that's
punishment.
right.
That's right.
Bombs to the
Bombs of the group are immune to
damage.
pun damage.
That's right.
That's right.
You
Guys
get
have
a small smile from Althana, and she says, "Do you want some starfruit juice?"
I will take you up on that.
She nods to the bartender and gets our non-alcoholic juice.
And
The
bartender's
bartender's a minotaur by the by.
Mhm.
But yeah, and so
It's kind of funny
seeing him work
with these little glasses
that
are like so small for him.
But he's so
precise with the pouring and everything.
Like,
He's clearly been doing this for a long time.
And she leans forward and holds up the glass and says, "To freedom."
This is not alcoholic at all. Okay.
It sure isn't.
To freedom. And I'll clink glasses with you and drink it.
I mean, it is a
It is a very
drink,
sweet drink,
and
and it is surprising
because you're
used to either just water
or
amber, which has kind of that spicy kind of after effect in your mouth.
But this, however,
just kind of like a very crisp, sweet
flavor
to it.
I'm going to drink it, and then I'm going to look at the bartender, and I'm going to say, I want this as a daiquiri.
Make it alcoholic, please.
He looks up for a moment.
Well, if we use
amber, we could probably make it work.
Sounds good.
Make one for me too, please.
All right.
Two
starfruit daiquiris, I guess. And he actually makes some pretty nice looking glasses. Like he even gets like toothpicks with a few starfruit pieces in it. Like he makes them look nice.
But are there little umbrellas?
Unfortunately, no.
The
toothpicks are they look like little scabbards.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah.
So I just turn and watch whatever's happening on the stage. Whatever's unfolding up there.
Let's watch the chaos. Yes.
Spaghetti.
Like
Party moms unite.
Really quick though.
Everybody in the tavern. Can I have them roll perception checks really fast?
So you go get rest and do.
Okay, and
That is a 21 for me.
Nice.
16.
16?
That is
16?
What am I rolling?
Perception.
8.
Darzar is piping and pays no attention to anything.
Classic Darzar.
I can't see shit.
I'm very invested in this daiquiri. I got an 8.
Okay, so
Alfana's the only one who notices this.
But you see a
kobold
sitting on a
table,
and he seems to be
going over paperwork.
And you notice
that he has the sigil crest
of the
Sandstalkers on him.
It's the symbol
of an eye
with
wind sweeps coming off of it.
I just put my drink down in front of Bromjor. I say, "Don't fucking drink it." And then I walk over to the kobold. And I say, "You got any bounties?"
He looks up
I
at
follow.
you.
He looks up at you.
And looks into you. Well,
I mean,
I personally do not have any bounties at the moment, but if you were to go to the guild hall, there should be bounties there.
Where is that?
the guild
The guild hall,
I'm guessing
is your first time.
Yes.
Well, just look
for the big black pyramid.
And where is the big black pyramid?
It is
East, west, north, south.
it is in
the southeast corner. Yeah.
And you guys
And you
guys
currently
are in the eastern corner.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm
We just
happy
Isn't
to say
technically
Rumnard
every
will
corner the south corner?
There,
well,
well,
there's something that
there's something that eventually will be disclosed,
but the
the city
is shaped
is shaped like a compass.
and there are gates
at
each
each of the
points on a
points
compass.
on a compass.
Okay.
interesting geography. I like that.
Thank you.
Well, when you're
And
building
you're
you said
building
that we have
around
like
a-
water credits.
essentially
Can
an-
I just like drop
Hmm?
like a water credit to him? You said that we have water. Can I just like drop a water credit to him?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the water
and the water credits are
just basically
they're basically just little stone tokens.
Gotcha. Just get out a syringe with like a drop of water. Just boop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So, but yeah,
You give him that,
and
and anything else that you guys in the tavern are wanting to pull off.
Nope.
Rumjar is going to do impromptu karaoke alongside the bagpipes.
Roll me a
Roll me a performance check.
Oh no.
Wait, how much?
Wait, how much have you been drinking?
He hasn't had anything to drink. He just had the arm wrestling thing. He wandered over. He passed his will save to not drink or drink.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm so proud of him.
Also,
That's
frozen.
that's 15, 16, 17.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever
you're singing karaoke to the bagpipes,
you actually are
kind of keeping in form with
with the rest
It's
of
a
the
shanty. It's super easy to sing.
It's actually going
pretty well.
Yeah, it is
I mean, it is a sand shanty.
But
Sand.
He's
And-
rolling away, but he has no clue what he's saying. He's just railing it.
But
as this continues,
Tsunami
and Asterios, anything else you guys are doing while you're outside of the tavern?
And I'm making my way back to the ship.
All
right.
Well, actually, no, I'm heading towards the guild.
Okay.
Roll me a history check, both of you,
because it's been a while.
since you've been in the city.
Three,
21.
21 too.
Oh, there we go.
All
right. So yeah, you guys
are
pretty well
aware
where the guild hall
is.
You do find
the
Black Pyramid.
And
it just
specifically has been built
around
a circle of sand.
And
it just kind of
pokes out
of the sand, like as though
it's coming
out of the ground.
But on
the entry,
the
crest of the eagle's eye
with the
sand sweeps behind it
is
prominent over the entryway.
And there
are
like little
windmill
kind of or
pinwheels would be a better description for these.
But they
line the pathway
to the entrance.
So much bigger than in Oasis 3, 5, and 37.
Much bigger.
Mm.
That's because this is one of the biggest cities that actually stay where we are.
Little bit of a show off, if you would ask me.
Pardon me 1 second, guys.
Try just giving her a bottle, see if she'll go back to sleep because it's bedtime.
I don't know how I did it, but I have a plus. I don't know, how did I build this character? I have +6 all over the place. What did I do?
Would seem.
He's just so strong.
Oh, he's big, he's strong, and that's about all he's got going for him.
Sometimes that's all you need.
For a paladin, you should be strong and able to take a hit.
Yep.
No, for a paladin, you should be able to talk and take a hit because charisma.
That's true. I build
Wisdom, con, and strength. He is big boy. He is strong boy.
Dexterity-based paladins are my favorite.
He is not agile boy. That's a -1, so he's got a +2 to save.
He's just a boulder.
Your AC is naturally 9. Are you okay?
Feels conflicted about hitting a
Wait, whose
small
AC is
girl.
9?
Your AC is by default 9 because it's your dex modifier at +10. So if you have a -1 to your dex, your AC is naturally 9.
He has plate armor and shield with cloak of protection.
Very
AC is
good.
21.
That's why he has those.
That's why he has that. I didn't have any dex, so I'm like, I gotta get plate armor, a shield, and a cloak of protection. That's all I got in my life. Keeping him alive. If I take that off, let's see what happens if I take that off.
Nine.
You have a 9.
Yeah,
Nine.
I have an AC of 9.
It is
which we
easier
said.
than average to hit you.
Please do not hit me. I am squishy boy.
A
But
paladin.
in armor, I am big strong.
Well,
Oh,
we should
goodness.
probably go in and pick up our quest so that we can get out of here before my parents decide to come back into town.
Are you sure the goblin? What would be the goblin's name?
You actually don't know.
You actually don't know.
Known
You've never
it.
seen that.
Never seen that goblin before.
Are we sure the goblin would be?
What is the
willing to-
goblin's name for me? Myself.
You're not sure.
What do you mean?
He's new.
It's
He's
my
new.
family's
New
my
servant.
family.
Since you've been gone, he's a new servant.
Oh, it's like I don't know. He may end up telling them anyway, but I want to get out of here before they catch word.
Are we sure that others are not here to tell, such as the Guild of Merchants with the wooden clipboard?
You can find out at some point, one way or another. Either way, we're getting out of here, hopefully before they get back. I don't want to. I don't want to run into them if at all possible.
Well then, the quest for the purple worm must be commencing.
Yeah, so let's go grab the quest from the guild and grab the rest of the crew and leave.
And go
All right.
fight the big Alaskan bullworm.
But you guys enter.
inside the pyramid,
and the
large entry room
is
immediately.
It's kind of
overwhelming
because
mounted along the wall
are
are dozens of pelts, carapaces, heads, stuffed creatures, like everything.
You
even see
it's there's just
so much stuff.
You see some
sand raptors in there. You see some dune wigglers. It's like there's just a bunch of weird stuff.
But all
Asterios, close your eyes.
Analyzing.
Asterios, close your eyes. No druid should see this.
Astral forms could be used for further analysis and searching.
Oh dear.
But you do enter
in, and behind there's a big desk
in the front,
and there's
another
another kobold
that has
very
it has
a eye patch on its face
that has a spike
pointing out of it,
and there's like
a marble
eye.
It's like a glass eye has been stuck to the end of it.
And
he's just standing. He's literally walking on top of papers
and kind of reading
over them.
And one of his hands is
missing.
And it looks like
a
little
like
hook
or
clamp
has been put in place.
And
there's a quill currently there.
As he's kind of
looking over the paperwork.
Excuse me.
Hello there.
Yes, hello. We're here for the purple worm quest.
Purple worm.
Yes.
All right. Well, we can definitely give you some information on that. Tell me, do you have a sand ship?
I forgot that you had a chef.
He
looks it over with the one real eye he has.
Kind of reads over it.
I see.
Your eye, glass eye, it seems to be misplaced.
I'm sorry, what?
Your glass eye
What
seems
glass
to
eye?
be
What glass eye?
misplaced.
Huh?
The one that is on the end of your spike.
I can't
The
see.
eye
it.
test.
Like
he tries looking over towards the spike, but it's like angled
a certain way,
so he can't see it.
It would seem some of your guildmates had fun with you at your expense.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway.
I'll grab the glass eye for him and put it in front of him, and I'll say, I believe that's yours.
He looks at it. I mean, that's not mine.
Okay.
Do you want it? Because I'll take it.
I mean, I'm not using it. If you want it,
you can take it.
You never know when someone will need an eye.
Do we need for this to get on the way?
There's a hole in it, right, from where it's poked onto the spike.
Exactly.
Saber's so Dar's gonna string it into like one of his dreadlocks.
Oh
I love this.
All right. So the kobold, he
says, "One second."
He kind of
turns,
jumps off the
desk,
and
a few seconds go by,
and you hear scattering of some
papers.
You
You
even see a few papers
fly up.
He goes, "What?"
And then you hear
like a
thump,
like some papers
like
fall
some
over.
papers fell over,
And you hear
and you hear
Captain, are you sure about this? Purple worms are gargantuan monstrosities. They can burrow through solid rock. It's going to be extremely dangerous.
And we have a ship armed with ballistas.
Okay, your call.
And a secret weapon we have yet to fully disclose.
there's a
as like a
leather
bound
like
pamphlet kind of thing,
more like
a folder.
Hits the desk.
And
he pulls
himself up.
And goes,
Freaking
and he
pushes it forward with his foot.
And he opens
And
he
starts
flipping
through them. And this folder is almost as big as he is.
So
if he laid down on it, it would be a bed for him.
But he starts
flipping through the papers.
And he eventually
goes, here it is.
Let's see. Okay, this
makes sense.
Use the quill.
Use the quill.
All right.
And your ship's vessel is called the
Star Chaser.
Star Chaser.
Okay. And
you have a name for your group,
or is
it just the crew of the Star Chaser?
Currently, it's just the crew and Star Chaser.
All right.
I'll get to work on a nickname.
The sand idiots.
Oh, that's a good one. I'll write that down.
Not all of us.
Speak for yourself.
I was gonna say,
Exactly.
I do not agree with this entirely.
So he
writes a few things down.
And then he says,
let's see, that's going to be number. He counts a few things.
26.
And
then he writes
it next to your guys' name.
And then he closes
the folder.
And
the
then
26th group to accept the quest.
Yes.
That's
What
love
happened
competition.
to truth numbers 1 through 25?
I'm sorry.
What happened to numbers 1 through 25?
I'm not sure. Nobody came
back.
Captain, when we die on this mission, I will be haunting you.
Are there any currently active
Healers in our crew. The chance of you dying on this mission are slim.
That's reassuring.
Besides, if we all die, we can't haunt each other because we'll all be dead.
Want to bet?
Thank you, Bramjor.
We die in glory.
Okay.
Anyway, is there anything else we need, or can we leave?
Well, you need to know
where to hunt.
That's true.
Yes. Are there any active crews?
Where are we going?
I'm sorry.
Lion said something.
Yes. Are there any crews that left in the last few days?
Number 25. The Obsidian
Shard, I think is what they were called.
They
left about 2 days ago.
I open up my star map. Would you please direct us to the location of this last known sighting?
He looks at the star
map for a second.
You might not understand star charts, Astros.
It's obvious.
He looks at it like.
All right, at this point.
Did you bring the land map?
Cadmus pulls out like the map of like the area, and he's like, there.
And by the by, the map that
you have is for the northern hemisphere.
Just so you know.
Okay.
So when you put this down, he goes, that's more like it.
That's more like it.
He takes his
quill.
He kind
He kind
of
of runs around for a minute.
and he goes,
He goes, here we go.
And he circles. A spot. And it is excuse me,
Oasis 62.
You guys are reading a perfectly good map, like writing on it. How cartographer would sue you.
It's fine.
What do we know about Oasis 62?
I'm sorry?
What do we know about Oasis 62?
Anybody wants to
roll history check can.
Perfect.
It's the Oasis right after number 63.
That's true.
Thank
That's true.
22.
Okay.
21.
11.
Sorry, that's 21.
17.
17.
Anybody
above 15?
above 15?
21.
Yep.
Okay.
So
So
those rolled above 15.
You know
that this is more of a crossroads oasis.
It doesn't
It doesn't really produce anything.
Doesn't really
trade anything.
It's more of
a rest stop area.
This is somewhere
where people go to gather supplies, get water.
There's just it's one of the
minor oases.
It's pretty recent. We constructed
like within the last year.
So nothing really too exciting about it. Only that the only exciting thing there that comes to mind is that there is a huge amount of desert elves who colonize around there.
All right. What constellations would be over this oasis?
I mean,
you're asking the kobold this?
No, I'm asking you, the DM.
Well, actually, let's see
what time of year is it?
You guys are
in the midst of winter. So I mean,
I say
winter, but
there's no
snow or anything on this world.
But
it's mainly just depending on the position of the
falling from the
sun.
sky.
In winter, it goes from 300 degrees to 250 degrees.
I mean, it definitely
is
time of the year
when it's not nearly as hot as like in the summer.
But
during this time of the year, the sun is closer to the.
It's more in
the southern hemisphere. So it's definitely the darkest time of the year.
I mean, you still get sunlight
quite a bit of time, but
it's darker.
Around these times of the year.
But let's see.
Winter.
Yeah. So the constellation
Daz
would be
over the relative area
of where
this oasis is.
It's a
constellation
of a
just kind of like a large upside down triangle
with two arms.
It's supposed to be the constellation of like a bear or
a minotaur.
Minotaur.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because it's
the god Daz.
Gorthrak would be proud.
I pull up my star map.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I pull up my star map and mark out the constellation of Daz for my own nautical knowledge.
And
based on that,
it would be
about. It's going to be not too far of a journey actually. Only about a 3-day trip.
Olthana puts a hand down on the map and points at the oasis and asks, so it's been spotted all around, to the north, to the south?
I'm sorry.
The worm?
The worm?
The worm, yes.
So it mainly has been spotted around this
oasis.
It's been
causing a little bit of a ruckus, sinking some ships. It's been attacking the walls around the oasis. So far, the biggest problem though is it recently ate a water vessel.
Oh.
So
a large amount of water is currently most likely inside the thing still. Because the vessels that the water was kept in would not break after it ate him. So the Merchants Guild is paying 5,000 gallons to get that water back. So basically, whoever kills the worm gets the water back.
Do we know how far it is in its life cycle? How big are the tremors caused by it shifting around?
From the recent reports, this worm has been seen to be well over 200 feet long.
Definitely in its adult life, then.
Yeah. It's been a bit of a problem.
Okay.
But yeah,
so
it currently
has just been
attacking
water vessels
and other
mercantile ships. So
they just needed killed.
This crew is more than capable.
Certainly hope so. Who knows?
Maybe
26 will be the
26 will be the lucky number.
Luck has nothing to do with it.
We make our own luck.
Luck
It's
does
all
not exist.
skill.
Luck has. As a
Typically,
hunter,
we have-
I would argue that luck has everything to do with it.
We make our own luck, and if not, we bullshit our way through the situation. That's how we get through this shit.
From
When
our
in
own
doubt,
statistics,
when luck and skill run out, bullshit till you make it.
Captain, with your permission, I'm going to stop by a nearby library and just find any books on the purple worm that I can so that we're prepared.
Go ahead.
I'll make my way to go do that.
I'll accompany him.
All right.
So while they're
off doing research, anything else anybody else wants to
do while you're
in the North Oasis?
I'm just going back to the ship. Because the spell is probably worn off of Leonard at this point.
Oh, definitely.
So I want to go lock him up in the brig or something.
He probably has a sugar rush right now, so he's probably pacing.
Panicking.
I would be going to the temple of, I believe, Earth is
Oh yeah,
the goddess, correct?
that's right. Right. Strayus, you wanted to go to the temple, is that right?
Yes. We were not
Alright.
able to go on our last journey here, and I would wish to see what your worship is all over.
Alright, and I take him to the temple.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we have two people
We have two people going to the library.
Two people going
Two people going to the temple.
Let's see.
Now for
Bromger and
Dars are
anything you guys are doing?
Getting groceries.
Getting groceries.
Getting groceries, okay.
Oh no, Dars
yes.
has left to his own devices!
What?
Mom alert.
Mom alert, engage.
Group separates. What are you going to do?
Darazar is going to go to a local market. Yeah.
In that case,
you'd probably be accompanying Bromger.
Yeah.
Because there is
the
But I'm just might
The
think
Octa
about
Market?
the
Is what it's called?
is what it's called.
You have an allotted
Water.
Water amount.
for food.
What is the amount?
Yeah, Darna's going to go.
About 50 gallons as usual.
About 50 gallons.
Bumjar will make feast.
Darkscar's going to go look for a any kind of fighting ring that he can perform in.
I'm gonna need an
I'm gonna need an investigation check for that.
Okay.
What?
All right, but you are
heading to the market, Bromger, to do
some
some shopping.
That's an easy
enough to accomplish.
Mint.
And
And
for your crew of
about 16
people,
Yeah,
it costs you about
30 gallons
30 gallons of water,
So you still have about 20 left over. But you have more
than enough equipment
for at
least another like 2 weeks.
We're all about to die to a sandworm. Get a little extra for dessert.
But if we kill it, Bramjar will cook it up and make glorious steak.
Now I'm feeling bad that I don't eat.
What'd you get
on that investigation?
Just a 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
kind of
look around
and
you can ask
a few people, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you're having a hard time finding a fighting ring.
I mean, it does
seem like
you see a
fight
taking place
on the market,
but
but immediately those
guys
and the soldiers in the red and orange
immediately
come over and break it up, and they take the 2 guys away.
That's about the most.
That's about the most you see.
Neruin fun.
Bummer, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead
and let's go to the library.
Bummer, dude.
And this
library,
as you enter,
it says
the
excuse me.
The halls
of Helm is what is referred to as.
But yeah, but it is it's an open building actually. There's like a top and a bottom, and there's pillars,
but almost no walls.
And there are several like sheets and curtains
that act as walls.
But when you pass
through the curtain,
you see rows upon rows
of scrolls
that are made out of
like
papyrus,
papyrus, and there's even some stone tablets
that are being
used for being written on.
But
that is what the majority of what this looks to be.
Mm-hmm.
I let Cadmus lead the way and mostly just keep an eye on our surroundings and have a hand gripping the hilt of my longsword that is hidden mostly beneath my my clothes.
Yep. Just looking for desert monstrosities. Any information on that? If there's like a section.
Well, when you
enter in,
a
tiefling with kind of a clay
skin color approaches you. And she says,
"Yes. How can I help you?"
We're looking for information on gargantuan desert monstrosities, namely the purple worm.
That's interesting.
That's interesting. That seems to be a common topic nowadays.
She turns
and starts leading you guys inside
the columns,
and she leads you to a specific bookshelf
where there
are a couple of scrolls that she pulls out,
and she
puts it down on a table that's in between the bookshelves.
And she
opens it up,
and she
kind of
it's
two rods,
and she kind
of scrolls and
winds it
at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually
she comes to a section. She's like,
okay, 1 second.
I need to.
But yeah, but she unwinds and winds at the same time, and eventually comes to a point where there's a depiction, like a drawing of a worm creature emerging from the sand. You see, it's like a 3-set mouth that like splits and opens in 3 sections, and you see rows upon rows of teeth that are these that almost look like crystals, kind of just forming and then going all towards the center. And this creature, like you see, it has like this segmented, kind of almost serrated looking like carapace that is a vibrant purple color. And she goes, I believe this is the one you're looking for. And she puts the scroll down. She opens it up a little bit more so you can see the information.
Yeah, look at that. The teeth are designed in a way so that if it actually gets a bite on its prey, the prey can't pull away or try to pull out of the mouth because the fangs have sunk in and kept it trapped. And then the other rows of teeth continue to pull it in further until eventually it swallowed its prey. Very similar to a snake, but slightly different.
Does it say anything about what this is?
Well, there is a few things, and actually, since Althana's here, can I have Althana roll me a history check really quick? Or no, roll a nature check. Roll a nature check.
Nature? These dice. Nature, that is a 8. Big ol' 8.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only things you get is just that it has a like the things that this like you're not remembering anything in particular. The only thing that kind of just stands out to you is that sand elves are known to hunt these things quite a bit because they use their carapaces and knife and teeth for weaponry and armor. So you know that those people tend to hunt them. So there are methods that they use, but you just don't know what those methods are.
Okay.
Well, as far as weaknesses, I would say, I mean, generally, with monstrosities like this, the outside skin is very, very thick, and the inside is more soft. So if we were looking to deal serious damage to it, attacking from the inside would be one of the best ways to attack it. But that would require us to get it to open its mouth in front of us, and frankly, that's a situation that could go either way.
Please don't say that in front of Darazar, because we all know what he's going to do. But it's good information. Do you think it would be weaker in between the plates, maybe? Harder to hit, but maybe softer?
Go ahead and roll
between the plates.
And you go ahead and you roll a nature check really fast.
18.
You get the you get the idea that if the plates were to be if the carapace plates were to be exposed or opened in some capacity, that might irritate the worm enough where it would try and avoid burrowing.
Gotcha. So, yeah, maybe we would have to get it to expose the plates, which would mean during a turn, the plates would be slightly separated from the inside. So if we could work an attack in there, it might agitate it to not burrow. But maybe a harpoon there so that even if it did burrow, that would actually be the worst idea ever. Never mind.
She.
We're going sand surfing.
Yeah.
Upon
That's
further
not what the orcs were
inspection,
talking
that
about.
is a terrible idea.
Sand skiing. No. It
She
looks doable. It's just going to be difficult.
She looks troubled and just flattens a hand against the scroll and says, "I think I might know who we can ask to get some better information." I just Did you see where those sand elves might have gone?
They were looking at a map. Can I make a check of some sort to see if I would remember the map?
Roll an intelligence check.
Yeah, this is gonna be funny.
Okay,
it's not that bad. It's an 11, but it's still not enough to.
I mean,
I don't know.
The most you remember is it definitely was the northern hemisphere. That's definitely the map that they were looking at. I mean, as far as specifics, they might have been looking they might have been pointing around the area where maybe Oasis 62 is. Maybe.
Convenient.
Yeah, I'm not certain, but could be the same area. In which case, that's competition, not friend.
Yeah.
All right. I think that we can make with this information.
And you do, and again, Olthon, you already know this, but the Oasis 62, there is known sand elf colony that does live around there.
Okay. Well, we might be able to ask the locals when we get there.
All right. Anything else you guys want to look into while you are in the library?
Just the a map, a closer map of of Oasis 62 specifically.
Yeah, that is
to get a lay of the land.
That is brought. Yeah, that is brought to you, and you do see that this actually it's a much more rocky terrain than definitely around North Oasis is. There are specific pathways that the ships have to take in order to get to the Oasis, because the Oasis is kind of in a almost like a caldera kind of situation where there's a couple of rocks that kind of go up and kind of form almost like a natural kind of wall kind of bowl, and the Oasis is in the bottom center of it. So there's a lot of rocky terrain around Oasis 62.
Is there any reported cave systems in the area that the worm might return to as a home? Or
well, there's definitely caves that the sand elves reside in.
Do we know if these worms are they generally pack creatures, or do they generally?
They're extremely territorial. That's another thing I will give you from the scroll.
Okay.
Yeah, they will hunt and kill other purple worms and invade their territory.
Okay.
I'm betting magical damage is probably going to be more effective than standard damage. Luckily, we have a few magically imbued weapons or casters with us, but other than that, that's all I can tell you.
She runs a hand down the string of her bow and says, "A few."
I think this is all the information I can get. I've taken a look at what their trails look like as they go through the sand, and I can track it.
Yeah, you're pretty confident that you'd be able to track a purple worm if you find a trail.
Mm-hmm. Or even a sample of some kind, maybe.
Shall we?
Let's go.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was in there.
I'll hand the scroll back to the tiefling. I'll say thank you very much. This was very beneficial, and we'll head out.
She bows to you.
Yeah, she nods to the tiefling.
Yeah, and she bows to the two of you, and she puts the scroll back in its place. All right.
I leave a water credit on the table.
She and she doesn't even notice it until after you guys leave, and she's just like. All right. So with that, I think that's everybody. But now we need to turn over to Tsunami and Astarios. As you guys are heading to the Temple of Perth.
Sound like someone sneezed.
I'm trying to keep simplified names for the gods in this one.
It's a good idea. Don't get me wrong. It's just the first time I read it, I thought you mistyped it. I'm like, is that an autocorrect situation?
Well,
When you
when you name your own god,
you can get as
creative as you want.
And if they sound
like a sneeze,
it works.
it works.
So be it. If the land is very sandy, I imagine a sneeze-sounding god would probably make sense.
Perth.
That's
That's more.
Come padre de Perth.
This.
All right. But the temple
of Perth here is.
I mean, again,
the larger city.
It is still a
pretty large temple.
But it is
a completely
no
ceiling building.
There
is
like a ring
of stonework
that acts
as a wall.
But there is
absolutely no ceiling.
But you
do see poking
from the
center. You see the end
of a large
telescope.
But the actual
temple itself
it
has banners
of several shades of blue, and it has symbology
of
lunar
moths
that are very
present throughout the place.
In fact,
when you do enter into the
temple
grounds,
and
when you actually enter through the wall,
there are
actual lunar moths
that are
flying around inside the temple,
and there's a lot
of vegetation
growing inside that the moths
stick to and stay with.
Whoa, here it is.
How very interesting. I did not expect this level of wonderful nighttime. Pray tell, what is the telescope for the day?
It's only used at night, not during the day.
As you ask
that question,
an
elderly city elf,
he approaches
and he says,
"It is to
observe the stars, the blessing of our mother."
Indeed, stars are very important for navigating and for strange beauty that can give this world.
Indeed. Well, and he looks
towards you, and you recognize him.
This is
a high seer, Omoth.
Is his name? What?
Well,
That's the
title.
But he sees you and
he goes,
Tsunami. It has been a while. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you again.
you as well.
Is this a friend
of yours?
Yes, this is.
I am Astaroth, serial number ST17R2.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
Well,
what are you doing here? How can I help you?
We came in to grab a quest from the Sandstalkers, actually.
Was it
not the purple worm hunt, was it?
It is.
Well, may
Perth watch you
as you do
this.
Thank you.
But
how may I be of assistance?
Mistress just wanted to see the temple.
I was merely curious, and at this point, my obsidian black armor then shines with starlight similar to that of, the night sky. I am one with stars and heard that there was a religion based around it.
Indeed. Stars are
Perth's way of guiding us, of giving us direction.
And we must turn
to the stars to look for
answers.
answers.
Sometimes
They can tell us things that we
just won't
learn any other way.
Yes, there are many things that we can learn from the stars, such as the wills and woes of the day. I have learned that
It is a
shame that you are not here at night. The temple is much more glorious at that time.
Of course it is.
Perhaps when we come back to collect our reward.
It is quite
It is quite a sight to behold.
You will definitely have to come back at night.
But while
you're here,
anything in particular you guys wish to accomplish?
No.
At the moment, no, I was just is there any way I can fill out my star map some more? Get it into more detail?
You're going to show
You're going to show him your star map?
I am, from my third eye.
Okay.
Okay.
He looks it over.
He looks it over,
and he's one of the
few people
you've ever met
who
who
actually looks at it with full confidence.
And he
looks at it with a great deal of respect and admiration.
Looks this over and
Looks this over and goes, "This is a very well done map."
I am unaware of where my archives were downloaded from.
Well, wherever they came from, this is one of the most complete
maps I personally have seen.
It was a very
It's a very accurate one.
So
Thank you.
stick to it. It will be.
It could be
quite paramount,
especially
in the deep deserts.
But
Thank you.
But
does this map
have anything
of the
southern hemisphere by any chance?
Unfortunately.
I scroll up as far as I can.
When
And
you get to the
southern hemisphere,
it's when
the stars get fuzzy
and
and incomplete.
Like there
are the occasional stars
that you
know do exist, but
at
this point, the stars become more blurs and jagged
points of reference. It's
it would
It's
seem the
incomplete.
constellations are incomplete, as we have had no reason to go down there.
Very few
people do.
With the
With the constant storms and
the barrage
of sand
in
in the southern hemisphere,
most people
most people don't venture that far.
Well,
still
worth
worth asking.
I hope
I hope
Thank
is
you.
someday
I will
we will see a complete map
of the southern
hemisphere,
but maybe not in
but maybe not in my lifetime.
Perhaps with my unique build, I might be able to better withstand said anomalies.
Maybe.
Well,
And if you
do
get a map like that,
I'd be more than gracious to look at that.
Of course.
He nods. And anything else you
wish to accomplish?
Nope.
All right.
Let's
do like about a 15 10-minute break.
10-minute break.
Really quick.
Let's go ahead and get drinks and everything you guys need.
No, I should have waited 3 minutes.
Sorry.
Did you just barely get up to do that?
I'll keep this going. So we can
you guys can keep talking and everything, but for this time, let's go ahead and just do a quick break.
Drinks,
Anything else you guys need,
and then come back
here about
let's say
15 past the hour.
Got it.
All right.
All right.
All right, see you in a minute.
Everybody's running away. Do 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 do. They scamper all through the sky. Do 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 do.
Want a slice of pizza?
Who sings? Who's there?
Ghost. Your conscience. We haven't spoken for a while.
Shit. Well, I thought I killed you last time.
I am a constant in your life.
Damn it, I
Never
told you to
killed you.
fuck off when I ran those kids over. Go away!
That's why I'm back.
It's the ghost of Christmas can't get rid of me. Oh, God.
Open to have leftovers?
Love you too. Oh yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the most covetous of items. An Olive Garden breadstick.
I am very jealous.
You bring that fake Italian bullshit to me. You dare have that book? You know, I could rant for hours about Olive Garden.
I know it's American. I know for a fact it's American
It's
Italian.
so bad. You know why there's no Italians in those commercials? Because there's no self-respecting Italian would ever be in a commercial where they're eating that crappy goddamn food.
At the same time, these breadsticks is the only reason why they're
breadsticks is so you're so fucking bloated by the end of it you can't taste the food.
It's true.
You kidding me? I saw one commercial. It's like Italians love it. I'm like, that's a redhead, and that's an Indian guy. Bullshit. You got two Irishmen and an Indian fella talking about Italian. You couldn't even get an Italian. You're just pissing me off. You're teasing me.
Because the thing is, real Italians make their own Italian food, and it is the best. As somebody
it's true.
As somebody who lived in New Jersey for 2 years and got fed by an Italian family regularly,
it
is amazing what they do.
We feed you.
Yes.
You eat.
You know what's just as good as having an Italian feed you? Having a Brazilian feed you.
Oh yes. I've had that.
Oh, that shit.
I had that in New Jersey as well. I got people from I got Portuguese, a Brazilian, Italians. Yeah, exactly.
No, this Brazilian, he introduced me to a flavor of ice cream I have never come across ever since.
Oh.
It's called cupuaçu. The flavor is so unique and it's just so overwhelming just from one single spoonful. But
I had a friend who went to Italy, and I told him, if you ever go to like a mom and pop restaurant, for the love of God, there's two things you never say, and it's usually in
never order a pizza.
No, don't do that. But never say "tomo affomato." Never say "tomo affomato" because that means feed me, I'm starving. Because that'll start a fight.
Who can feed you the fastest?
You think the food they give you, they're going to be bringing you food you didn't fucking order. They're going to be throwing pasta at you. Worse, I said.
So don't do what Fluffy did.
No, John Panette.
Other thing I said is, if you value your waistline, don't say "morte de fame." Don't say "morte de fame." Yeah. Feed me. I'm starving to death. Because they're gonna feed you. You're gonna explode all over the wall. You're gonna explode all over. If there's more than one of you, one's dead. They're just gonna move the food over to you. It's like, go ahead, eat, you son of a bitch.
What's the matter? You don't like it?
Thank you, Giuseppe. Go.
What? You don't like it?
But at the same time,
You don't like it?
that is one way to guarantee the fact that
I
you are
remember
never
that.
going hungry.
What was his name?
John Panette.
John Panette.
John Panette. He did a bit on that. I'm like, shit. He's so fucking right.
Mm-hmm.
Because
But at the
that
same
happened
time,
to my
he's
friend,
also
and they had to leave the bill. I think
he's
was
the
like,
man that also ate Chinese buffets out of business.
what would be the conversion? Like 150 something, $200 something bill. He racked up at an Italian place. If like the conversion is right, I might be off by a few dollars. But
like the second that bill comes, the second that bill comes, every single member, one of his friends, becomes a calculus major. Like, wait, I didn't order this.
It's like, hang on, I gotta crunch some numbers. What's the tax in this? Oh God, my folks went to Italy for their honeymoon, and the biggest thing was you walk everywhere.
Well, yeah, because
they don't do. If you have coffee, you don't sit and drink the coffee. They don't have takeout. They have takeaway. You just grab and go.
And
you take your little shot of espresso and just walk.
And it's not, and all you can eat is just the thing. That's just the way they do it.
Yeah, all of it's just all you can just keep ordering food. They'll fucking give it to you.
You don't even have to order food. They're just gonna bring it to you.
Yeah, everything for Chinese foods, for Chinese buffets in America, it's like, oh, all you can eat. Italians are laughing, going, "Bitch, we invented that."
No, all you can eat. We're gonna keep feeding you, even if you're full, until you die.
You know who I really want to see challenge?
And then you're gonna come back about 3 days later wanting more.
Mm-hmm.
This is the challenge I want to see: a Polynesian family versus an Italian chef.
Oh, they won't even kill each other. They'll get along so fucking
No.
They'll make you a feast.
Who will out
kings?
Will the Italian chef outcook Polynesians, or will the Polynesians out eat the cook?
That would be a fight for the centuries.
That is what I want to see.
It would be glorious. Seriously, send if you ever want to fight the Italians, send the Polynesians.
My gosh.
Because both,
like, holy,
I had a
keep
Samoan barbecue. This guy literally dug a trough out of his backyard, got it all regulated, and killed the pig, slaughtered it, and had it skewering on the pig. Oh, that's meat.
Oh my God. The one thing I always caution people, like if you're dating an Italian or you're going to marry an Italian and she's like hardcore Italian, worry about Thanksgiving. Always worry about like Christmas Eve. Because most families will have like, oh, we have the Christmas turkey or whatever. We have the Feast of the Seven Fishes. And it's not just like, oh, it's a little bit of cod, it's a little bit of calamari. No, it's like a platter of calamari. Like,
you got like yourself your sea bass, you got yourself.
Disgusting.
Well, I think I know what he's passionate about.
Yeah, I'm let me check real quick.
It's not easy. I mean, you do kind of have to talk for him to know if it's echoey or not. You're muted, my friend.
It seems to be fine.
Good. Well, that's good.
Yeah, I can hear everything. So
okay.
Yeah, I can hear everything. Cool.
Okay, this is where the test comes in. How's that?
Oh,
Wait.
Yeah, now I have to go back to it. Okay.
Speak, Rockbane.
This seems to be
How's that sound?
It seems to be good.
Good. Okay.
It's funny because I'm hearing the same things over again, and I can't tell if it's the same things over again or if it's actually streamed.
Okay, well,
I'm back.
as long as it's not echoing.
That's why you deafen on Discord, so you can't hear yourself or what other people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, everything sounds good.
Run for your life and fast for about 3 days before you actually eat. And heaven help you if you don't like fish.
All right.
They'll cook you into the next meal.
All right,
What if you're allergic to fish?
Well, then you don't get to. Then either you ain't coming, or they're gonna cook you into Thanksgiving turkey the next day.
Let's get back to the desert though, because that's fun.
Yeah.
It's a fun time.
Desert times.
Let's go get ourselves
All
killed.
right,
Let's go hunt the Alaskan bullworm.
So, we're gonna push Bikini Bottom somewhere else. All right.
We're gonna take the giant worm and push it somewhere else.
All right. We're gonna take
that's the
Oasis
episode.
62 and push it somewhere else. Anyway.
What episode that's from?
Push.
So, I'm taking it with all this. Eventually, you guys all make your way back to the ship. All right. So you guys get there, and Toby has finished loading up some supplies onto the ship, the ones that you were buying, Bromger. He's kind of just loading everything up. And of course, Leonard is sitting against the mast. He's just like, I think I wasted so much time just sitting here. I just crashed and slept like the whole time you were gone. I am so sorry.
That's
Like you
amazing.
deserved.
That's very well done.
Yeah, that was good.
Are you wanting more cookies?
I think I've had enough for now.
You want more cookies?
I think that we found a way to effectively track it, and a few methods to fight and potentially kill it. Do we have any electricity-based weaponry? Or spells of that to that effect?
I do.
Bromjord can make.
Actually, do I?
Bromjord can make smacking stick go zap.
It swallowed a water vessel, so if we can get lightning inside, the conductivity, maybe it's just a theory, but
So you're saying I should go inside?
potentially, but getting out would be very hard, and you would also be electrocuted.
Bromjord will throw you in.
But that tail would be legendary.
Yes.
Oh, also the tail, I believe, doubles as a weapon of some kind, similar to a scorpion's stinger. So avoid the tail and avoid the front.
I also have locate creature if need be.
That will come in handy. I have the same.
So we hit the middle and try to break tail if we can.
It would also be pertinent to talk to the sand elves who live around the oasis because they'll have more knowledge on the subject.
Tell
We
me,
only need to keep within
Tracker,
5 miles of it, and I will be able to track it as well.
tell me, Tracker, how well does it handle ice?
Well, it's a worm, so it's not its favorite terrain.
I can summon a hailstorm.
It
from
can
the stars
burrow.
above.
If it's underground, that's more of a danger to us than it is to it, and it can burrow very quickly too.
I can also summon the earth into free-forming a churning earthquake.
It might actually thrive in those conditions. It can burrow through solid rock.
We all have a part to play in killing it. Let's not devalue your teammate.
For sure.
I am merely giving options.
Now, if we can keep it from burrowing, maybe by agitating it, by attacking underneath the armor, a hailstorm would work fantastically.
Or a way that you could solidify the ground, make it harder for it to burrow, something along those lines.
Then it would take more time. That would be better.
Bang it! It will bang head on icicle.
We
Exactly.
have shaped water, but if the water is in a vessel, I couldn't quite move it as easily.
Well, Brom George thinks we should head out.
I agree.
We must find sandy elves.
All right,
Okay.
everyone to your stations.
All right.
Of course.
Bagpipes.
So eventually, you guys do cast off, and you make your way back out of the gate. And you guys do find out that you did enter the eastern gate. So you guys, in order to make your way to, excuse me, Oasis 62, you need to make yourself in a southeastern direction. But of course, well, Starios, can you go ahead and roll me a proficiency check?
Of course.
Navigation.
What would that be with? Like, what proficiency would that be under? Because I do have navigator's tools, so and
I'm trying to think if it'd be either intelligence or wisdom.
I think
Wisdom tends to be-
it's like a survival, and you add your navigator tool proficiency to it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's do that.
fantastic.
So it's just +3 because that's your proficiency bonus in general. So
But I also have proficiency with survival,
so
on
it's
top
plus
of-
both.
so +9. Is that what I'm hearing?
If your survival is +6, then yes.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. $26.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to find a pretty fully clear route to the Oasis. And what was originally going to be about a 3-day journey, you're pretty sure you can get there pretty confidently in about 2.
See noodles.
Yeah, like you kind of look through it over and like, oh, there's a path here that we could take. That should be able to work.
Based off of stars, as well as shifting sands and relative winteristic environments. 2 days would be the optimal time.
Don't forget to account for the drag of Leonard that will inevitably be caused.
No, I've decided instead of having him slow us down by dragging us, I'm just going to walk him on the bridge next time he screws up.
Smart.
Good to know.
Brom George is thinking that he enjoys getting punished a little too much.
As I said before, sadists, all of you.
Oh, I just deserve it.
Nonsense.
I just deserve it.
Wouldn't that make him a masochist?
Both and.
Yeah, sadists enjoy. We're not going to get into that, but yes, masochist.
Thank you.
All right.
How would one
Yeah.
ever enjoy that of pain?
Don't worry about it.
If we can have a full conversation later.
The footage.
I will be awaiting your explanation.
All right. So we're gonna have
More of a
2 days.
demonstration.
We are gonna have 2 days of journey. So everyone,
No.
please roll me a d6 for the first day of travel.
I'm really curious what these are.
Oh, yeah, me too.
3.
This is just the system that I use.
Mm-hmm.
Big
1.
fat.
Just hold up your amount. We got a 3, 6. Ooh, we got a 1, 2 1s, 5. Okay, so it's 2 1s, 5, 6. Okay, majority in the positive. All right. So the first day continues. You do see, kind of to the northwest of you guys, you do see a large electrical storm taking place. You guys fortunately were able to avoid it and be able to just skirt along the edge of it without it becoming an issue. So you were able to avoid a very hazardous day of sailing. Now we're going to go for the second day. Another D6 all round. 5, 3, 2, 3, 6, 2. Again, in the majority. Okay. So the second day comes around, and there's a bit of a sandstorm that is up in the Cape, in the up enough, I guess. So you guys are having to don mask and goggles, so you guys can be able to see properly. But it is a pretty thick sandstorm. So I'm going to ask who will be on the crow's nest and who's going to be on the bow nest.
Bow.
All right.
I'll
Can
be
I
on the
get
crow's
perception
nest.
for both of you? With
What was that?
disadvantage
What kind of
because
check?
of the sandstorm. Perception.
Ah! Okay, sorry.
Not Charlie.
Yeah,
The disaster that he is.
with disadvantage, that's 13.
Not bad.
My other roll was a 19, so if only.
Yeah, well, 6.
6
Oh.
total? Okay.
I had a
So-
21 on the first roll.
I
Ah,
know, right? It was a 19 plus 6 for
Sandstorm.
me.
all right. Well, with those rolls, fortunately, Cadmus notices this first, and he kind of points it out for you, Darzar, that you suddenly see some rock formations coming ahead of you. And fortunately, with your forewarning, and now that you're able to kind of see them with him pointing them out, you guys are able to navigate through the rock formations without any major damage to the ship. You get some pretty close calls, but fortunately, you're able to weave your way through those. And what's everyone's passive perception?
16.
16.
14.
15.
10.
Hey, you're
Good.
average.
So we have 2 with 16.
And one of them
Tracker
is
and
driver.
navigator. Yeah, tracker and
One of-
navigator. It's fitting.
Okay.
I don't say shite.
Okay, as you're entering into these rock formations, the two of you notice that there are signs of something scraping against one of the rocks. Like there's a huge kind of scratch mark against one of the rocks that you guys are passing by.
All right, is
something
there anything
broke
I can is there a check I can take to try and determine what might be scratching it?
Yeah, does it look like the plate armor of the purple worm by chance?
Or does
Well,
it
go ahead and
look-
roll. Let's do an investigation on this.
Okay. 19.
Okay.
That is a 10.
Okay. With the 10, you're not too sure, but with 19, it was definitely more, whatever this was, it was more of metallic in origin, whatever caused this. So something of metal scraped against this rock.
Don't look at me, I didn't do it.
And it's a pretty big scrape. Like, it looks like most likely a vessel or something scraped against it as they were turning. You would figure it most likely would have been a ship of some kind. I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But as you guys do continue forward through the rock formations, can I have, who's on the helm currently? Can I have you roll me, go ahead and roll me a dexterity check.
Wait a minute, am I on the helm or are you on the helm? Because I thought I
am.
thought I would be.
Well, I'm always at the helm unless I go to my quarters, but I stayed at the helm.
Okay, I thought as navigator I would be.
I think you have a +1 dexterity.
You can be up there too. I haven't left there because I want to see what's going on.
And don't worry, you do have
What was it?
a dexterity check, and I'll give you advantage because Lonnie is going to be helping.
Yeah, 9.
Okay. Yeah, you, for the first while, are able to avoid some of these rock formations, But then there's a point where you guys all hear a shunk as the ship suddenly stops as it hits against something. And the second that happens, Lonnie drops the wind, and immediately Toby begins trying to close up the sails.
I'm going to go up front to check to see what we might have hit.
Let's see. Darzar, you're on the bow nest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll me another perception check. You don't need disadvantage on this one, so just a regular roll.
Can I make one from the crow's nest?
Go ahead. Disadvantage for you, though.
Fair.
21.
Okay.
Ooh, dirty 20.
Oh, so you both do see this. You see what looks like the bottom of a ship. You guys have sailed on top of the bottom of a ship.
Like the
And
ship's
it is
upside down?
like, yeah, it's been capsized.
Oh, Jesus.
And it's a vessel a little bit longer than the one you guys currently are on. But as you look at this, Darzar, you notice this first. On the side of the ship, there is a impact in it, like something dug through the side of it.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a spot where like the side of the ship just crumples in.
Darzar is going to shout back to Cadmus and be like, "I'm going in!" and just jump off the bowsprit.
No! And like
There
grabs
you go.
onto one of the ropes and like swings down the rigging and jumps in after Darzar.
That's fair. I'd say that's pretty easy to accomplish.
Yeah.
Okay, the two of you basically jump into this.
Captain, permission to go ashore and potentially push off what this is to continue our journey.
Go ahead.
You're going to leave the two of them behind? They just jumped into the ship, you guys.
Well, the ship is stopped currently, correct?
Essentially, yeah, it stopped moving.
If it's
Right,
stuff,
so-
we're fine jumping in.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get us loose for when.
Yeah, he was asking to push off so you guys can
Let's
continue.
Let's wait for the other two to come back.
All right, I'm going to then jump off and enter in with them.
All right. So the three of you enter inside, and Darzar, can you give me a dexterity saving throw? Because you just jumped. Did you take any rope or anything with you when you jumped in?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll say, yeah, okay, that'll be fair. Okay,
I
using the
didn't.
rope.
I swung down from the rigging,
Oh,
but I
he's
just
not
jumped in
easy.
after him.
No.
All right, but yeah.
There are like
I would
ropes hanging up the
You know
side
what?
of the.
It makes sense that in the middle of a sandstorm that everybody would have a lifeline connected to them.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you guys are fine.
I mean, I can
So-
make that dexterity saving throw.
Yeah. So you enter inside, and you see definitely the remains of the supplies of some kind of a vessel. You see crates that have been turned over and broken. There's signs of food that is kind of spoiled. There's some jerky and meats and stuff. But it looks like these are some supplies for a ship.
Can I make an investigation check to see if this was like sand pirates or if this was something else?
Yeah, go ahead.
How long ago does it roll anything to figure out how long ago this was? Clearly, if it was buried up to its
19.
hole in sand, it's been here for a hot minute.
Yeah, you can gather it's been here for a while. Maybe, well, roll me an investigation check for that.
Okay.
Mine was a 19 on seeing what happened to the ship.
Actually find a couple of crates with the Merchant Guild signet on them, which is a pyramid with a raindrop inside it. So that's the main thing you are gathering with this. You're not sure if the ship itself was part of the Merchant Guild, but Merchant Guild supplies are inside. So that would suggest either these people are in possession of Merchant Guild equipment, or this could potentially have been a Merchant Guild vessel. And
I
then
would suggest we potentially use these, what little supplies we can gather for our own ship.
And then Darzar, what did you roll in yours?
Oh, that one. I don't know.
Yeah,
Is there any way I can
Everything's
interact
upside
with
down.
this? Like analyzing with him, or seeing how fresh these supplies.
if you
might
want
be?
to give him an advantage, we can do that.
Yeah.
So go ahead and Darzar, roll again.
Basically help action.
12.
Okay. You gather
Better than a 1.
there are some fruit that you do find that came loose from one of the crates, and they are kind of drying out. And you kind of break one of them open. You see there's still some moisture in there. So you figure this couldn't have been here too long. Maybe like 2 or 3 days.
The sand eats ships fast.
And one other thing that you are noticing that as you're just kind of noticing this is like it's really hot in here because it's a metallic base, so it's absorbing all the heat.
Grab the fruit and the dried meats. I would say our chef would be very pleased with these free ingredients.
This
they're
fruit
not
is bad. I'm not eating
free.
this. But the meat, yes.
Somebody bought this, so it's not free, but
They are free for us, for the taking, as they are about to go bad, and therefore would be unusable unless we were to use them.
there's a morality conversation there, but I'm not going to argue about it with a Warforged. Okay, I don't believe there's anything to gain from this ship currently. It's just unfortunate that this happened. I can't see any signs of life in the area, so...
As you say that,
Oh,
you hear a hissing.
hissing.
Just like off to the side, where most of the sand seems to be kind of rising up, like you hear a.
Your mic does not want to pick up that sound.
Yeah.
We heard
It doesn't?
nothing. We just saw your face.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a hissing noise. It's kind of like a.
Rattlesnake.
I spoke too soon. That didn't age well. I'm
I
gonna
suggest you all leave
Then
this
hissing
ship
or a snake with
immediately.
I'm gonna draw my short swords and I'm gonna start walking towards it.
Really quick, because you are a ranger.
Uh-huh.
Roll me a nature check.
Okay.
Can I roll one too?
That's
If you
a
want.
natural 20. So
Okay.
24.
Sand raptor. It's a sand raptor.
Oh. I'm gonna start backing up very slowly and I'm gonna be like, get off the ship. Get out of the ship.
As he's backing away, you see these like little nubs at first, kind of just start poking out of the sand, and eventually they kind of spread, and you see a snout, very similar to a crocodile, kind of starting to come out of the sand, and you see its nostrils. It starts going. It starts sniffing around.
Damn it.
I'm imagining like a mole mixed with an alligator, and that's just horrifying.
Can we see anything from the deck?
Not really.
Yeah.
You might. Well,
The only
I'll find
thing I
out
can see is
roll
a
me a
very
perception.
angry Romyor bursting out of the
Out of
kitchen,
curiosity,
face covered in flour.
what's the CR of these beasts?
you don't know.
Go
Alana,
He
If
wants
you
to know
want.
if we can wild shape into him.
Yeah.
You cannot. I'll just say you can't.
Okay, thank you.
Alana, roll me a perception check, just to see if you hear this.
Natural 20!
Yeah, you hear the hissing, and you hear Cadmus say, you basically are hearing what he's saying about what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, get out.
I'm
I suggest you
going
all
to
get out
turn
for
to the
me to
captain
push this ship.
and say, they're in trouble. Prepare for a fight. And I draw an arrow on my bow and just wait until something pops its head out. That's not one of my crewmates from the ship.
Okay.
I'm
I
shooting
get the
the
medic
first thing that
station
pops
all
out.
ready to go in case somebody gets hurt.
Don't shoot the crewmates. That's not a good thing.
And what about the three of you? You see this sand viper or raptor starting to puke its nose, And as it slowly starts coming out, you see that those nubs really looks more like, the dinosaurs have the frills around their neck? Instead of it being a frill, it's just these tendrils that just form a ring around its neck. And they kind of act more like spider legs than anything else.
Oh, that's not nightmare fuel.
Cadmus is going to say, damn it, and run in with the short swords to attack it.
What are you doing?
Before you do that,
Okay.
raptors are blind.
They rely on hearing?
They rely on scent and hearing. And also tremor sense.
Oh.
Would I know of any predators that this might have or fear?
Worms.
What about snakes?
They eat snakes. They would eat snakes.
Cadmus, do you tell Darzar this?
Well, okay, here's the thing. I want to say yes, but now knowing that they are blind and rely on hearing, absolutely silent and just like looking at you. And you can like try to insight roll to see if see if you can figure out that I'm like, get out.
Anything, any kind of sign language you move to make that involves any kind of sound, he'll get. Sound is his thing.
Yeah, I'm just like pointing out to the entrance.
Is going to.
Okay, they're blind. That's cool. I'm gonna like pull twice on my safety line, sort of like signal, "Hey, draw me back."
And Alvana, you see Toby standing by the blinds. Goes, "Someone's wanting to get me back," and he starts pulling on it.
Pull them up.
Yeet. Okay.
Just all of them.
Saber's going to cast Thunderclap in the other direction of the hole.
Ooh.
Okay, so like in an opposite direction?
Yes.
Okay, so your Thunderclap goes off, and the raptor, like it's more out of the sand, and you see it's very thin, again, kind of crocodilian kind of body. It's starting to pour out of the sand, and those legs around its neck kind of start dragging a little bit, and then it hears that and kind of it immediately snaps towards the noise and starts dragging itself towards where you fired your spell.
And Saber just like, whee, back out the hole.
Like, visualize, this is the visual. So you see this thing, you kind of cast the thunderclap, and as it turns away from you, you just kind of go, and then immediately, as he pulls you up.
Pulls on his up, and he just.
I'm going to go up and then land on top of the ship and wild shape into a hadrosaur to push off the ship.
All right. Go ahead and just roll a strength check with the hadrosaur.
All right.
And Toby's on the side, just like, did you have a good trip inside the boat?
Very much so. It was amazing.
Yes, Toby, it was amazing. There's a sand raptor in there, and I do not want to deal with that.
Okay.
While he's jumping down, I'm going to look to the captain and wait for her signal to drop the sails and everything.
That is a nat 20 plus 2 from the 15.
Right. Oh, third nat 20 in a row.
You kind of use the side of your body, and you push the ship to give it enough room so you can be able to continue forward.
To the left, to the left, to the left,
And
to the left.
just so everyone knows, like, as you just
forward, let's get going.
for
As
my
you
wild
turn
shape,
from the ship,
my,
from the opening of the ship, you do see one of the legs from the raptor is starting to peer over the side, and you see it starting to try to raise itself from the ship.
all right, I'm going to use it to jump off of its head to get back onto the ship, and then wild shape back to myself.
Okay.
When the
You get
captain speaks, I give the order to drop sail and to keep going.
you give the order.
Yep.
All right. So with your guys' commands, sails drop, and the sand ship starts going forward, and then Lonnie, she begins casting the winds, and you guys kind of jerk forward.
There's more
I went back
crashing
to
and
see if I
shouting
can-
in the kitchen. Bromner stomps up, face caked in flour and other ingredients, the frying pan in his hand and a pink frilly apron. And what in the name of fuck is going on?
You missed it.
The hell did we hit?
Another
Ship.
How did you?
It was another
What
ship.
are you talking? How did you hit a ship here?
Well, it was partially sunk, and
It was
the
a
ship
capsized.
went forward and then collided with the other ship. That's how hitting things work.
Yeah.
Like, it's a pretty basic concept. You're a paladin, I assume you get it.
I'm sorry. I should have seen it. I should have seen the ship. I should have stopped us from hitting it.
Shut up, Leonard.
He's gonna go to swing Genasi, and he just looks and he just and he's what's his name in the head?
Cadmus, rolled a hit, I guess.
Ooh, no, I'm not hitting you. I'm hitting
Leonard?
Oh, okay.
Leonard.
Well, let me just say this. He has a 10 armor class.
Okay, I'll roll for this.
Just see if you hit him.
It's a +6. That's a 19.
Yeah, you completely deck the guy. You just goes
I'm
down.
going to approach the three who entered the ship with, like, straight back, stern face, report.
Oh,
There was. Oh, apologies, Tracker. You should be the one to report, as you were the first to see the most interesting of things.
I just well, okay, so basically what had happened was Darazar was his usual self and ran head in first.
I'm aware of how you entered the ship.
Yeah, okay. It's part of the story, okay?
So you
So
want someone to tell
I
a story
followed
because
it no, so we went in. I couldn't see any signs of life at first. I did see a few crates with some meats and fruits. It looks to have been there for 2 to 3 days or so. It had the merchant's crest on some of the barrels, so potentially a merchant's ship, but possibly just carrying things. And immediately after I said, "Oh well, it seems like there isn't any life here," a sand raptor began to come out of the sand, and we left.
And those things love to hop.
Although Darazar was brilliant and cast Thunderclap in the opposite direction, knowing that they were blind, so that they pursued that sound instead. It was very clever, and I'm very proud of him.
It's a good thing he did do that, because it definitely bought you guys plenty of time to be able to cast off and go without it chasing you.
She looks at Darazar and gives you an appreciative nod, and then looks to the other two to see if you have anything else to add.
Also, your name. Also, Astrios is amazing and wild shaped into this creature I feel like I've never seen before to move the ship. That's like incredible.
I'm glad we have a hype man on the ship like you, Cadmus. And then I just about face and turn and to go report to the captain what you guys said.
You have to let Astrios talk first.
No, that you covered everything.
All right.
I wished to have brought on the supplies before the sand raptor decided to poke its head out of its hole, but unfortunately, time was not on our side.
Unfortunately.
You got the ship out, and that's what matters.
Yes.
All right. But continuing on for about an hour or so, you finally come to this point where the sand drops. You guys all get that sensation of the drop.
Mm-hmm.
And the sandstorm starts to kind of get clearer because it just kind of stays overhead. And you do see up ahead a small city. You guys have approached Oasis 62.
Perfect.
But once you guys do approach the side, most of you, honestly, do notice that one part of the wall, the northwestern section of the wall, looks like it has been attacked recently. Something has been barring against it, Like there's signs of some wreck, and there also are a lot of pot marks in the sand around it, suggesting that something big has been attacking the area.
You said,
Go ahead.
sorry, it's been like hitting against the wall from the outside, so there's rubble on the inside. And then what's
you see like signs on the wall of like cracks and some rubble that has fallen.
okay? And then
So
you said there
outside was attacking the wall.
okay, and then in the sand there are tracks of.
You see, well, you immediately recognize them as signs of purple worm breaking out of the sand.
Oh, it's gotcha.
Burrowing.
From okay.
Does anything look more recent?
This looks pretty recent.
Okay.
Yeah, and you do see, in addition to these signs of the attack, you do see some other ships that have been broken, smashed, and you see that there are other ships, smaller ships, next to them trying to gather up people in the wrecks. So it looks like it's a pretty recent occurrence. And as a matter of fact, when you guys do approach the city, you do pass by a wreck, and you do see some people on that wreck, and they seem to be just sitting and waiting.
I see.
Should we stop and pick them up?
There's
I
enough
turn into
people.
the captain.
There's enough
What'd you say?
people. There's enough people going to collect people already. We need to more focus on the task at hand.
Captain, those tracks are purple worm tracks. If you'll let me get off and inspect them for a moment, I can give us a heading.
Perfect. Go do so.
Cool. I'll swing off the ship and go check the tracks.
All right. So it looks like the latest, or the most recent one, rather, looks like it was a burrow where the worm like dove down in. And you see the rock and sand here is much more firm than other places in the desert sea. The tunnel is still pretty open, not necessarily big enough for the ship to go into, but people could potentially walk through that.
There's no immediate signs of where this tunnel lets out.
Not exactly. Like near the beginning of it, you get a direction that the worm at least started in, and you see signs like on the surface of where Earth was upheaved. So you get an idea where it was tracking for a while, kind of in a in a western direction.
Okay. I'll go back and I'll report to Captain Tsunami, and I'll say, well, unless we want to actually go into the tunnel that it made and track it on foot, which I wouldn't recommend, it looks like it's headed west at this point.
Well, then we're heading west.
Do you think it's within 5 miles of here?
Given how recent the tracks are, it's possible.
Well, allow me then. If this is maybe stepping on your toes a bit, but I have a spell that may be of use that could lead us directly to it.
It's not a competition. Do what helps.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm just checking to see if I have anything in addition to it.
It's called locate animals or plants. In case you're
Yeah. Yeah, I monstrosities are one of my favorite animals, and then desert is one of my favorite terrains. So I'm looking to see if I have anything like that.
Right. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you've got something, then you should use it. But if not,
you definitely have advantage
We have
in
locate.
tracking it.
We have
Like
locate
it's like a
creature.
survival skill.
yeah, locate creature works within 1,000 feet, and locate plants or animals 5 miles.
Mm.
Okay.
Alright,
In theory, this isn't a thing like that's actually a thing. But if two people were to cast the same spell, could they amplify its range?
No, sorry.
That's okay.
Interesting as it is, yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't quite work that way.
No, that's fine.
So Dar is going to kneel down on the deck of the ship, dig in his haversack, pull out a little pouch with some looks like bones in it, and casts them on the deck. Like, he's gonna like blow into his bagpipe, and the bones all like jump, and then he goes, "Aha!" And I cast locate animals or plants, and I name the purple worm, and I know its direction and distance to the closest one of that kind within 5 miles in a AR present.
All right, so you do get a ping. It's going southwestern direction.
Okay.
And
give that heading to our navigator.
Thank you.
All right, and unfortunately, though, there are only 3 main ways out of the caldera of this oasis. The closest one to the direction you're going is almost a direct south opening.
How big is this caldera?
It's I would say maybe about a mile wide.
All right
Big
then.
one.
If you can keep a understanding of its location, I suggest we exit this caldera and immediately track it.
And go ahead.
I was gonna say I'll pull out my map and mark where the locate animals or plants was saying it is, like more precisely than the general area we were given, and I'll give that to Astrios to help him navigate a little better to get to it.
Okay. All right, so Lonnie's ready to take your orders. Astros, as you guys are heading out of the caldera. So as you guys exit the caldera, the sandstorm is still up, but it's not nearly as heavy as it was when you guys entered. So visibility is much better. So you are able to get around the rock formations without any issues. But eventually you clear the formations. But as you continue in the direction towards the worm, how long does the spell last?
Instantaneous.
Okay, so just you immediately get a ping.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the direction that you were given initially, and I'm going to say since the time you got that ping, it's been at least 2 hours. But in the direction that the ping was showing you, you see a kind of formation of rocks that kind of look like a mountain coming out of the sound. That seems to be generally the area where you got the ping.
I want to look at this mountain, see if it maybe seems best word to say unnatural, like not actually a mountain.
It looks pretty natural. Like it doesn't look like it was made. It just looks like it's a standard rock formation that just developed into.
The question is, is this the worm that's just hiding under the sand?
Oh no, it's like an actual mountain. Like it's in the distance that you guys are seeing.
Okay. Perhaps you could use the spell again. Get a better location on where it might be.
Good. Does our tracker have anything that might be more applicable the closer we are to it?
Go ahead and roll me a survival check. Okay. Let's go ahead and roll.
I was gonna offer to just cast locate animals or plants. Oh, that was sad. Even with
you're
advantage,
so you get advantage, right?
Yeah, that was sad with advantage.
Oh.
What is it?
16. I got an 8 and a 10 on the die, so.
I use one of my reactions to give you a D6 of.
Okay.
It is the ability Cosmic Owen, and I can either give you a +6 to help or give the enemy a minus D6 to him.
Okay, so I'll roll a D6 to add. That's a 4, so dirty 20.
All right. So you actually pick up and you do spot places where the sand have been upheaved to suggest spots where the worm breaks the surface and then goes back down again. So you actually do have a pretty good trail that you're following, and it does seem to be heading in the direction of that mountain.
Yeah.
Do we have any explosives on the ship?
Why don't we? If we don't, because that's a great question.
I'm gonna say, I would say it's feasible that you guys would have some.
Okay.
I
I
think
would go up to Tsunami while they are tracking and tell her what shoot, my brain is completely blanking on names. Cadmus said about the inside being softer than the outside. I think it may be a better idea to put something in there that is not living that could explode, because we all know that our good Leonin friend would also be explosive, but I imagine he would probably die in the process.
you need a sacrifice.
Do we?
Are you still conscious?
Can you think of anything that might be helpful in that process?
Something to put inside of him.
I just had a thought.
We should have some explosives from the. We should have some explosives in here somewhere.
Okay.
Maybe stockpile gunpowder from
From the
anything.
cannons,
Mhm.
possibly. I'm sure we do.
Cadmus, it looks like you're having a brain blast. What's happening?
I am a little bit. So purple worms are extremely territorial, yes?
Right.
The main reason they attack ships passing through their land is because of the tremors they cause. If we were to use the explosives to create tremors, or maybe even Astrios' earthquake ability, then we could lure it to us and choose where we want to make a stand, as opposed to tracking it to where it wants to make a stand.
I like this plan a lot.
It's an idea. Now,
If we're
where
I'm
close
would
enough
we
to
put
it
it?
at this point, then
And I have stone shape that I could use to hold it in place once we get it weakened.
Does that apply to sand? Does me actually? I have no idea.
I don't
I
either.
don't know either.
God.
God.
I can also control the earth slightly with my song.
I
God.
will say, as it is written, it says you touch a stone object of medium size or smaller, a section of stone no more than 5 feet in any dimension, and form into any
There's 2
So
days of spell changes that I didn't bother doing.
So I will say, I am willing to say that could be used to solidify sand. Like, I'm willing to say that it could be used to solidify sand. Yeah,
Okay.
basically turn sand into rock.
Gotcha.
So at least it'll keep it in one place.
If you hear frying pan bonk, that is big worm hitting rock.
Can you divine smite with a frying pan?
Yes, saw it done several times.
Can divine smite with anything. You give him roll of bread, he will smite you.
Baguette
Holy
weapon.
Holy
What baguette?
It's just bread.
The guardian and
Would that make him a holy roller?
Really quick, Cadmus, give me a perception check while you're still tracking this thing.
Gotcha. Okay. 11.
Well, not a high DC on what you're working on. You suddenly notice the track stops.
Great.
Like, you see a spot where the worm dives. Like, there's a spot where it dove in, and you're not seeing any more up ahead.
Stop the ship. Stop.
And Lonnie will stop the sails.
Okay. Because it dove right here, and it didn't come out anywhere that I can see, which means
it's underground.
in the immediate vicinity.
All right, everybody, man your stations.
Now, as far as weapons, it does take an action to fire the ballistas. You have 2 ballistas mounted on the port and starboard of the ship. Underneath the bow nest, the bow nest rather has controls for it, but there is a cannon that is connected to the bow nest that cannot be directed. It only can fire forward, but that one is an actual cannon, and that one, as you guys know, it actually counts as a siege weapon, and it does a total of 10d12 fire damage.
Useful.
Yes. The ballistas perform one of 2 functions, depending on what you install inside. There's grappling ballista, which only deal 3d6 piercing damage, but it immediately gives you a tether to whatever you hit. Otherwise, you do have more standard like damage dealing ballista, which deal 6d6 piercing damage. It takes an action, and it takes an action to load them.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Perfect. Same with the siege cannon at the front?
Yes. Same rules apply.
Okay.
It's just the advantage of the ballista, they can be aimed, so they can turn and pivot. The cannon is stationary. It cannot be turned.
Which means we have to turn the boat.
Exactly. And the person who turns the boat is whoever's on the helm, which I'm assuming is the captain right now. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Who's gonna man the ballista?
So you do currently have 2 available NPC crew members that you can use.
I trust Toby. I don't trust Leonard.
Right. Me and Toby will take 1 ballista. We'll take the starboard ballista.
Let the poor woman eat me.
Leonard, help someone load their ballista. Don't fire it.
Okay.
I don't trust him. Leonard, you mess up, I make you eat cookies. All of cookies.
Okay.
Can you-
cookies.
Can you divine smite a ballista shot?
That's actually a good question, Ken.
As it is written, divine smites only apply to melee attacks.
It's only to my whacking stick. Sorry, Brum can only make
I thought it was
his
only
whacking
weapon
stick.
attacks.
Make
Melee weapon attacks.
better whacking
Exactly.
stick.
Well, actually, I think it just says melee attack. It doesn't say weapon.
It says melee.
You can
weapon attack.
you can unarm divine strike.
I think so.
Take that, monks. Okay.
I've always contemplated a monk paladin multi-class.
I actually have a player that's doing that. Shadow Monk, Paladin of Vengeance.
Oh gosh.
You said that there were 16 crew, so that would leave still a handful that we haven't gone over. So
Yeah.
I would just assign one of them to the ballista with Leonard, one that is probably more competent. And I would look at both. Cadmus, are you loading or are you firing?
I'm firing.
Okay, I look at you and I look at the NPC who's firing the other one, and I say, no tethering. We've already decided that would not be a good idea. We do not want to sink the ship in sand.
Yep.
Now, when you do fire the ballista, it uses your dexterity modifier. It uses the dexterity modifier of the ship, which is +3.
Oh, I was hoping it would use my dexterity modifier. Okay. That's
Well,
okay.
this way, it's balanced. That way, I mean, unless you have like proficiency with siege weaponry, which
No one, I think, ever does.
No.
yeah, this is
I've
where the
never
gunner.
done that before.
Yeah, we didn't really have anybody who specifically took the gunner position, unfortunately. But that would be where it would tie in. If you're a gunner, you would have the proficiency with it.
Yeah.
So
I only have a
Yeah,
+4, but still. Yeah. Okay, so +3 modifier. Does that go for damage too? Or
yes.
just to hit? Okay, so to hit and
Yeah,
okay. +3. Cool.
So yeah, it's a 6d6 piercing damage plus 3 for the standard ballista, and then 3d6 piercing plus the grapple for the grapple one.
I got my
Otherwise-
66.
Otherwise, it's 10d12 fire damage with the front-facing cannon.
Cool.
I'm going to just turn to the captain and wait for further orders.
We need to lure it out. We can't fight it when it's underground.
Darzar,
Yes.
bagpipe.
Do you need an earthquake?
I didn't get to it.
We just need something to get its attention to get it above ground.
Okay, you got it.
I could call it mean names.
Well, I know I can literally shake the ground. Don't worry. And so yeah, Darzar is going to take his position at the bowsprit. Hit like one leg curled around the sprit, his arms created like bagpipes, and I'm going to begin to play. And I'm going to cast Earth Tremor, which just probably like just in front of the ship, ideally right in line with the cannon that's right below me.
All right.
So I'm not trying to do damage with this one. You can't. It does 1d6 damage. So this is just the first level spell. I'm just trying to make the tremor, the earth shake.
Okay. So, what happens? How do you cast this?
Darzar begins to play his bagpipes, and the music just gets more intense. And the rocks start trembling and shaking, and the sand starts like undulating, and there's just like this incredibly localized earthquake right in front of him that he's creating with his music.
All right.
Does it sound like dubstep?
No, it sounds
Bagpipe
like
dubstep.
metal.
Bagpipe dubstep.
Heavy metal bagpipes.
Heavy metal bagpipes.
Yeah.
Heavy metal bagpipes. They're on fire.
So as this tremor goes out, it does the shaking, and then and then after it ends, there's just a moment of silence where the only thing you hear is just the wind blowing across the sand dunes. But then I think it was Cadmus and Astarios. You guys had a 16 passive perception. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You're the first to notice. You hear a small rumbling.
Toby, pull him up.
All right, with that, I am going to use one of my wild shapes.
Yeah, Toby just grabs you, Darzar, and he just pulls you back onto the nest. Just to make sure that you're on the ship.
I don't think I.
He's just gonna go.
use.
Oh, I thought you got off like on. You had to be on the ground to cast Earth Tremor.
Technically.
Technically.
All right, well, we'll say that if that happened, Toby immediately pulls you up and gets you in
10
place.
feet. Yeah.
There you go.
But
There you
with
go.
that, I'm going to use one of my wild shapes, and a constellation of an archer is all across my plating, filling with
All right.
almost like a nebulous galaxy.
This is a prep round, I will say. So anything you guys want to prep in preparation for the worm's arrival?
Load my ballista.
I have
I,
advantage on my initiatives.
Nice.
I'll bear that in mind.
I knock an arrow on my angelic bow, and when I do that, it seems to shimmer with starlight, and kind of similar to our Warforged friend. It looks like constellations are trapped inside the, I would say probably metal of the bow, because it's
Cool.
probably a mix of wood and metal.
Yeah. All right. Any other actions or anything anybody wants to prepare?
I'm holding Moonbeam.
Okay.
Moonbeam, cute strut with a level 2 spell.
Well, I guess Toby should have loaded the ballista, so I can hold my action to fire it.
Okay, Toby's like, you want this loaded in?
Yes, please. Thank you.
And he puts it in place.
I assume the cannon was preloaded, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll just say the weapons are loaded and ready to fire.
Cool.
So eventually you all hear the rumbling. And up ahead of you guys, you do see where the sand starts to give. And it just starts rising. And then you hear this echoing noise emerge from the sand, and you see a column of sand and earth just erupt as something just wriggles and shakes all the sand off of its body. And you see this gargantuan purple worm right in front of you guys. Let's roll initiative.
The 14.
For combat, it's all about.
Do you want us to just put it in the Discord
In the
chat
chat.
for you?
I'm writing it down, so.
19.
Okay, Olfana,
9.
Romger,
19 minus 1, 18.
and Adarzar,
13.
and Cadmus.
16.
I just
Oh,
kicked.
not bad.
I just
The
kicked.
purple worm. Roll the 6.
Ow.
Nice.
Most excellent.
All right. So, top of the initiative order is going to be Tsunami. You currently have control of the ship, so you can use your movement to move the ship.
I have
Just
a
so you
spell.
know.
I know, I'm just saying your movement can be used to move the ship if you need to.
Okay, so I use my movement to. Okay, not moving it. Okay. So I hold the ship there and I just aim my moonbeam directly at the worm.
Okay.
And that is 15 Constitution save.
Okay. He has a +6 to Constitution. Rolled a natural 18, so I'm thinking it saves.
Yeah, it is. It saves because it's 15.
Mm-hmm. So how much damage are we doing?
Let's see if I can get this to let me actually read it. Go away.
Clear.
Clear. Oh, the creature's on a failed save, half damage.
Okay. Roll the damage.
Go away.
No.
The description doesn't want to leave me alone.
You can just tell the giant.
9.
God.
So 4.
4 damage. Okay. All right. So the moonbeam goes forward, and it strikes against this thing, and it seems to daze it more than anything. It's just like as it shakes more of the sand off of its body. After Tsunami, it is going to be Bromger.
Rounder!
He's muted.
He is gone for a moment, it seems.
Come divine smite it with a pan.
Please, that would make me so happy.
How great would it be if that was the final blow?
It's like,
Question for the DM.
Yes.
I have Colossus Slayer, which allows me to add an extra D8 damage if the enemy is below max HP.
Okay.
Can I apply that damage to my ballista shots, or would it have to be an attack I make?
I'll say yes.
Okay.
I'll say yes. Makes sense, because I've always visualized, because you know these enemies, you know the proper spots to hit to do that extra damage. That's how I've always visualized it. So I'll say the ballista, you can still make it apply.
If you have multi-attack, can you take one action to fire, one action to load, or does
it takes your whole action to fire or load.
Cool.
Oh, speaking of which,
we have NPCs to do that for us.
Oh, the cruise initiative is 1.
lit.
Goody.
All right, so
Makes sense.
Bromger, it is your turn.
This thing's far way out there, so I can't actually hit the damn thing.
It's about 60 feet away from the very front of the ship, roughly.
Just jump off the ship and run at it.
Is it moving?
At the moment, it is pretty still. It's kind of wriggling, but it's just erupted from the earth. Well, no, I'll say it's more 30 feet away from the front of the ship, so it's pretty close.
It's within running distance.
All right, I'm running 30 feet up. Dun, 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 dun.
You're just gonna jump off the ship and run right up to it.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Well, he will take off and swing up. Majestic Bromyard through just through the air. Yeah.
Well, there goes my plan.
Hey,
Get behind Bromyard.
Oh my gosh! I just like the
he's still got a
visualization of
safety
this,
line. We can pull him back.
this big burly man with a big puffy beard. He just jumps off the ship and just runs across the sands like, ah! And there's a big giant worm just kind of like.
And first, I whack.
You're gonna whack it.
I whack. Where's my dice? I can't find my dice. It's in my hand. I'm an idiot.
It happens.
That's 17 plus 6.
So
23.
23.
that is gonna hit,
And this shall be Divine Smite.
of course, with your holy frying pan.
It's a maul. No, you know what? Screw it. It may be a maul. It's a frying pan.
We're flavoring it as a frying pan.
It's
I love it.
a frying
He
pan.
is sick of shit today.
Cue the Flynn Rider meme. I gotta get me one of these.
Yeah.
It's going to be a second level spell slot. So that's going to be 3d8 extra damage.
Ooh.
On top of 2d6 for a maul.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to hurt him at least.
Oh wait, it's one of those big campfire skillets.
Yeah.
You know, it's like has like a 12-inch diameter.
Whole 9. He's armed. Okay, that's going to be a 3 and a 5. So, trying to do math in my head. That's 8
so far.
And math is not my strong suit.
That might need it over.
Gotta write that down.
But D&D is.
And 3, yes, and 3d8. So that's a 7 and a 7. That's 14.
Okay.
And one more. That's a 5. So that's 19.
That's
19 plus 8.
That is 27 damage in one hit. Not bad.
That's his first attack. He will swing again
All right.
because multi.
It just kind of goes boom, right against the armor of it, and you do hear a slight crack as you hit it, as the divine energy surges through it.
That is a 15 plus 6. That's 21.
Yep, that's gonna hit.
Okay. This is also going to be a smite. But
I think you can only smite once per turn.
Nope.
Nope.
You can do it however many times you want, as long as you attack.
Wow.
As long as you hit, you can smite.
I
Yeah.
thought it was a bonus
It just takes
action to-
spell slots.
No, Divine
Yeah.
Smite is endless and terrifying.
Oh, okay.
That's the beauty of it.
Specific smite.
I'm just going to make sure I'm knocking this.
The only requirement to smite is you hit.
Okay.
That's it.
And then smite.
Yep.
All right, so 2d6. That's 5 and a 4.
9 damage.
9, and then the smite, which is another 3d8. That's 6 and a 4. 10. That's a 4. It's a 14.
Nice. All right. So you're in the middle of the desert, off the ship, right next to this giant purple worm. And you just smacked it 2 times. And you guys all see every time he like swings, there's like that arc of arcane, like lunar energy just kind of rises off the frying pan. And every time it smacks, you see these shock waves of like this light blue lunar energy just shock through the purple worm's armor.
Fight Bromjar! Fight me!
After that, Cadmus, it is your turn.
Bear
And
with me.
Orioles,
My,
you're next.
bear with me. My camera died, so I am here, just not in person at the moment. No, I'm gonna take my bonus action. I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
It doesn't have to make a save or anything. It's just I'm locked onto it now. And then I'm going to fire my ballista at it.
All right.
And that's going to be 66.
First roll to make sure you hit.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
He just got excited.
Okay, so does it have a proficiency bonus? It's its dex modifier?
Yeah, it's the ship's dex modifier +3. And screw it. You guys are proficient with these. You guys have used these for a long time. So go ahead and add your proficiency bonus to it.
Add mine as well? Okay, so that's
Yeah.
going to total to +7 for a ranged weapon.
Yeah,
So 18.
that hits.
Perfect. Okay, so ballista damage is going to be 18 plus 4 is 22 plus 1 is 23.
23
So-
damage.
23 plus Hunter's Mark damage, which is another 3.
Plus your monstrous.
Your Colossal Slayer.
Which is a D8, which is another 3.
So 29 damage.
Just put that damage. Okay, dumb question. If I cast Thunderous Smite on myself, I attack. I can also use my regular Divine Smite, right? That
Yes.
would make-
Yes.
I can.
Yeah. You can stack smites.
Yeah.
Holy
Paladins are
sh-
bonkers.
Holy
Yeah, that's-
shit.
This is the
I
beauty
need
of
to play
Paladins.
Paladin more often.
Why do you think I was so
Just
excited when the Oath of Watchers became available?
I have come to bonk.
No, that's
You-
barbarians.
Bromger, the Paladin of Bonking.
I have the oath. I've already created the oath of the Twisted Tea. I can definitely create the oath of bonking.
Yeah.
No, that's just a barbarian spell. That's just a barbarian spell. The arcane barbarian.
The Twisted
I cast bonk.
Bonk.
Oath of bonk and oath of Twisted Tea.
Astarius, it is your turn. Next
All right.
is Darzar.
First, I'm going to go up to the front of the ship and cast Erupting Earth underneath the purple worm. It needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
That is a -2 on that thing, if I remember correctly. A big burly creature. Not very mobile. Yep, -2. Oh. Rolled a nat 20.
Yeah, well, still takes half of 3d12, and the area in front of it is now difficult terrain.
Is that where I am?
Oh, yeah, what's the radius?
20 feet.
You probably should make a dex saving throw 2.
See, this is why I asked, are you sure you want to do this?
Don't you
He's
brother-
fine. He's a paladin.
He'll be fine.
And wait, did you fall into, like, range with it into the moonbeam?
No, with where you're aiming it, it would have been above him.
Okay.
What does he
He's
have
at the
to
base of
take?
the worm.
Telling the moonbeam needs to make a con save.
Make a dex save
What's the save?
of 14.
Roll the 13.
Oh,
So close.
So close.
I should have.
I can use my reaction to give you a +6.
Please?
I will.
I don't feel like getting knocked sideways today.
All right, roll a d6.
Add a
I don't know.
d6. You automatically save because
Yeah.
just a 1.
That's a 3.
Yeah, so you save. So you're only
Take
taking
half.
half damage.
How dare you? Dare you?
Hey, the ground is getting funny.
The ground's getting. I'm gonna get the ground. I'm getting
Alright,
ground
fucking ball. Fix that shit.
13 damage. And then
Okay.
I'm going to use my bonus action and use my Celestial Arrow, which is basically part of my wild shape. I can just bonus action fire one off
Cool.
every turn. So 16.
To hit,
Yeah.
that misses.
Okay.
Should have been
Oh,
doing
well.
this with my calculator.
I got infinite of those. But yeah, the area in front of it is now difficult terrain, so it can't easily burrow back down.
Only half movement. Nice. Okay. You guys have done a good fair damage to it so far.
Fire when ready.
All right. Darzar, your turn.
All right. Darzar is going to pull a match from inside one of his dreadlocks, light it, set the cannon off.
All right. Go ahead. Well,
Oh, I'm an idiot. I have aura of protection. I have +2 to my saves.
I'm trying to think. Okay, the cannon is essentially, yeah. So go ahead and roll the attack roll with advantage because it's right in line of sight of the cannon.
D20. No.
Again, +3 plus your proficiency on top.
It's only a 14.
That misses.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
So this goes off, and you see this cone of fire just kind of shoot out, and the worm, reacting from the tremor from underneath it, kind of swerves, and the ball just zooms right past it.
All right, I'm gonna turn and yell to whatever crew's next to me. Reload this now!
Okay.
And then I'm going to, as a bonus action, cast Bardic Inspiration upon Bromjor. And he's going to stand up on the bowsprit and begin to sing. There once was a ship that capsized in sand. I jumped down and I did land. Joined by a crew which there, but found only empty air.
Yeah.
Soon may the Bromjor smite.
Yes. I believe it's a D8 this level.
D8. Right?
I think so. It's
All
been
right,
a while
and
since
then,
I farmed this high.
Donna, it is your turn.
Yep.
Okay, I am going to use a charge on my angelic bow, and I am also going to, let's see. I'm also going to try to do this as a piercing arrow. So here we go.
Oh, Arcane Archer.
Arcane Archer. 24 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, so that's a D8 plus a D10. So that's 10 plus 4, so 14 plus an extra D6 piercing damage. So that's 5 damage on that guy.
Nice.
And then I'm just going to take a second normal shot. Ugh, I don't think that hits. That's a 14.
That misses.
Okay, and then I'm going to do what fighters do, and I'm going to do an action surge.
Yes.
Let's see.
We need more Arcane Archers.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna use another charge. And for flavor, when it hits with that charge, it looks like stars burst from the arrow and kind of surround it and hit it all together when the arrow hits.
Nice.
27 to hit.
That hits.
5 plus 4, so 9, 13 more points of damage. And
13.
one more attack. Nope, that's a 12. That doesn't hit.
Yeah.
And
Still.
that is my turn.
Nice. All right. At the end of your turn, it is the worm's turn.
Worm needs to make a con saving throw.
Which it makes with... Ooh. That's not going to help. It only rolled a 12.
That fails, so it takes full damage
Yeah!
from the moonbeam.
Soon may the moonbeam come to blast into the light of the sun.
I thought it was soon may the Bromjor smite, and when they
7.
guys will be alright.
I wish I had a skillet I could be wielding right now. I have a skillet. I don't want to go up and get it.
Right.
All right. So, with this instant barrage of all these attacks just smashing against this thing, the purple worm, let's see, what's it going to do? Yeah, it's going to try and burrow away, actually. Because you guys, just so you know, You reduced it to half of its health.
Come back, coward.
Yeah, you guys did a pretty good number on that. So it is going to try and burrow away, but it only is able to move 15 feet because of the
You're
distance terrain.
welcome.
Oh, and Rumger, opportunity attack.
Yeah.
Get it.
Soon
Now,
may the
okay,
Broncos
I'm a
smite
bit of a
and-
dum-dum. How does that work exactly? Like,
Just a regular attack.
It's a regular
one
attack.
regular attack?
Yes.
Just one.
All right, I'm gonna smack it.
Smack it.
Soon may
That's
the
an 18
Broncos smite.
plus 6.
That hits.
All right, and that's 2d6 plus 3.
All right. Given
So
everything that I've
12 damage.
12 damage. Nice.
I won't use this smite yet. I'm using my full turn to beat the crap out of this thing.
All right. So it is starting to move away. It only got about 15 feet because of the solidified ground. But now, thank goodness, it is time for Tsunami, who is in control of the ship. So you
no, it's the crew.
catch up with it.
Crew gets
It's
their
the crew.
Oh,
one.
that's right.
Reload!
Yeah, Toby's getting another cannon in the cannonball. Or cannon ball in the cannon. I think I want to put the cannon in the cannon.
Don't do that. Trust me. I tried it. It doesn't work like you think it will.
So yeah, Toby is the only one strong enough to actually load these balls into the thing because of how heavy these things are.
Is
So
it
he's
like
just loading it up like, another shell added in. And he's like pounding it in. And
is
then
it like cannonception?
Like I
Like
said,
a
I
cannon
tried it.
inside
It
a
doesn't
cannon?
work.
So like it
And-
fires the cannon, then fires a smaller cannon, which fires a smaller cannon, which fires a cannonball.
cannonball.
It's like the size of
Going at like
phone
Mach
point.
12.
Really quick. Leonard was assigned to a wish ballista.
Not mine.
The second one.
Port.
Yeah,
So
port,
who's-
and then just another NPC
I'm at
is
starboard.
firing.
Oh yeah. That okay, so in that case, that NPC is gonna try. Yep. He actually hits the purple worm as it's running away. He's gonna go ahead.
We are going to fuck this thing up, and it will make great steak.
I can cast Erupting Earth again, so do with that what you will.
I have
No, because
stone
my
shape
ass is right
too.
there.
I have
At the same
stone
time,
shape too.
At the same time, I can cast it away from it so it can't escape,
That's
and
what
it doesn't hit you.
do that. Just don't. The
It's
only
pretty
damage
I was
I've taken
thinking-
so far is
I
your
was
ass
thinking
hitting
it might
the spell.
charge the ship, which is why I was worried about that. But then
You guys did a pretty heavy number against it, so it's gonna run because you guys damaged it quite a bit. So okay, then Leonard. Yeah, he tries to load the ballista, but he's failing.
I'm so proud of him.
Wow, big surprise.
Like you see him lift up the ballista to try and put it, and he just falls backwards and it lands right on top of him. I think I failed to put the ballista in wrong.
Leonard, I will give. I will
Keep
force you to
fighting.
go.
So that's his turn trying, but he eventually does get it loaded. And then the other one for Cadmus, the crew member gets it loaded up for you. And Cadmus, since you're arming that one, you want it to be a grapple or just a straight damage?
Straight damage.
Okay.
You're boring.
I mean,
harpoon it and ride it into the bowels of the earth.
I mean that's how the Wellerman goes.
That's how Moby Dick went. And the
Bring
ship
us hammer. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us our fruit juice and amber.
God, that.
All right,
that
so
took off on
Tsunami, it is your turn. Are you moving the ship up next to it?
Is it still in the moonbeam or is it left the moonbeam?
If you move, you can get it in within it.
I can use my turn to move the moonbeam.
Yeah, and that's what
I don't need to move the ship. I can move the beam.
So you're wanting it to get away from the ship?
Okay.
The thing
Follow
is, the moonbeam was on it.
Yeah.
Is it moving away from the
Yes.
moonbeam, or is it still in the moonbeam?
It's
How
moving
big
away.
is it?
Well, how
Is
much
it
distance?
completely surfaced or not? Because it covers a 5 foot diameter.
Yeah, it's gotten out of that because it's moved 15 feet.
Okay, then I move it back. I'll use my action to move it back onto it.
And are you moving the ship, or are you keeping the ship stationary?
That is my action. Oh, my movement.
You can use your
It's
movement to
movement.
move the ship.
Yeah, I'll use them. I use my movement to move the ship with it too.
Okay, are you going to go directly behind it, or are you going to go to one of its sides? Where are you going?
I'm gonna move it to the side.
All right, so Bromger, you kind of are just standing there in the stand, and you see the worm starting to move away from you, and you're
But it needs to make a con save.
I will in a second. But you start moving forward to try and catch up with the worm. All of a sudden, your rope goes taut, and you start getting pulled by the ship.
What a minute! What the fuck? What?
And
Bromger! Surf's up, dude!
I rolled a
Can I work
15
with
plus
this?
6.
Can I like run and
So
like
it takes
swing
half
with
damage.
the rope on my ass?
So you just kind of got pulled.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
like,
going
whoa.
with it.
That is what we professionally call a yeet.
Toss the Bromger!
So
3 damage.
So what do I roll for that? Do I have to roll anything? I just.
I'll say no. It's more just for fun.
Distract.
You're much more physically fit than Leonard. So you don't just bash against the sand. You actually are kind of surfing a little bit. Well, actually, give me an athletics check. I want to see how gracefully you're doing this.
Oh, he's a +6 to this. This is gonna be good.
Let's see what happens.
Well,
Oh
whether
my
it's
god, that's an 18 + 6.
Nice.
Okay, yeah. So the ship starts pulling you. You kind of get pulled a little bit first, but you're able to keep up, and you're just like kind of keeping in pace with the ship. And it's like, oh yeah.
Bromger is going very quick. He's going to sideswipe your ass.
Sweet bagpipe music to surf to.
Hey, and Bromger, it is your turn.
Bromger,
Sideswipe his ass.
Bromger coming in with the sideswipe. Okay, so this is so fucking stupid. I love it. Okay, so first things first, I'm casting Thunderous Smite on myself. And
Yes.
I'm going to whack this son of a bitch.
Give him a good whack.
With a Divine Smite that is also going to be 2nd level. My last 2nd level spell. I'm going to give him a good whamming. Okay, so we roll. That is 15 plus 6. That's 21.
That hits.
God.
Unleash this barrage of smite.
Be prepared. So, alright. This is going to be a lot of dice rolling. I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
So that's 4
Paladins,
plus
man.
3, so 7.
I just
Plus
love the idea that your paladin is the cook.
Is the cook. So that's 7 plus 3, so that's 10. And the Divine Smite is 3d8.
well, what's more divine than cooking?
Exactly. That is 4, 4, and 6. So that's 14.
And don't forget the Thunderous.
And then with Thunderous Smite, that is 2d6. And he needs to make a strength save.
Strength save. You rolled a nat 20.
Yeah, okay, so he's not knocked
I
out.
love this die.
6 and 3, so that's
Maybe
another
you should
9.
stop using it.
Maybe.
That's going to be 33 damage on the first flap.
Wait, what?
That's
33
totaling
damage.
33 damage with one flap.
And how much was on the Thunderous?
The Thunderous was 9 total.
Okay.
So the first
I was
one
adding
14 plus the 9.
Mm-hmm.
So
Nice.
that's my first thwapping. Now I'm
Okay,
going in
yes.
for another thwapping. Let's roll for that thwap. Thwap 12. That is 15 plus 6, 21 again.
Yep, that hits.
The only time, I swear, if I play a caster, can't hit shit.
Mhm.
Can't hit shit. I play a guy that whacks things with a frying pan. Oh, now you get to hit things. Because fuck
See,
you.
that's what happens when you just have a joke character that just
Seriously,
bonks everything.
like I want to play this guy now. Shit.
Yeah.
Hey, do
right?
you want to make this a
I
campaign?
want to like play this guy in a campaign. Fuck.
We could make this a campaign.
Yo,
Probably.
that'd be perfect. So that's 6 plus 2. That's 8 plus 3. That's 11. Trying to keep track of my own friggin' numbers because God have mercy.
Whatever you give me, I'm just adding to the damage. So just let me know.
Okay. That's going to also be a divine smite, but that's going to be a first level spell slot. So that's 2d8. 2d8. Yes, 2d8. That's 7 and 3. That's 10.
Nice.
And with thunder, and I still got thunderous smite going.
It only goes for one attack. Thunder Smite only hits one attack. It's the next attack.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
No, it says. Oh, the first time you make a melee hit. Okay, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
I wish it was every time, but
wouldn't that be fun?
Be
But
broken.
So, I'm just
so that's
visualizing.
that's
After
just
you get kind of tugged by the rope, you kind of swing a little bit, and then you just kind of go, just swack it on the side as you're swinging. All right.
Oh, holy shit! Oh,
After Brumder, Cadmus, you're up.
All right.
You're on starboard or port?
Starboard.
Did you go starboard or port on the worm?
Starboard.
You went on the starboard side?
Mm-hmm.
So you're on the opposite side from the worm. So you can still make the shot with the ballista, but it will be with disadvantage because it's on the opposite side.
Who's firing on the other side?
It's an NPC.
Can I just go over there and push him off
Get out of the way.
Oh, very
We'll
easily.
call him Blake.
with my movement?
Okay. Yeah, Blake, we'll just say it's a dwarf. He's prepping to aim this thing to fire at it. But he's taking way too long. He's messing with the knobs, he's turning gears and everything. It's like, oh, move it.
Yeah. I'm gonna take my movement to run over there and be like, get out of the way. Okay, hold on. And like,
he immediately gives it to you.
and because he's burrowing, based on what I remember from the library, I'm going to aim specifically at like where he's writhing in the armor to try to agitate him to stop him from burrowing.
Okay, and that's a called shot. So let's say subtract 5 from your roll.
Gotcha.
If you do this, it'll accomplish what you're wanting to do. If it misses, we'll do half damage, depending on how high you roll.
Okay. Here we go.
Please don't hit Bromyar.
That's either very good or very bad.
Was that not 20?
It's 23 minus 5, which is
18. That hits.
Yes.
Oh. So a ballista, because you guys are angled next to this thing, what happens is you aim the ballista at one of the sections where the carapace is like sectioned, and you fire the ballista, and you manage to wedge it right between the segment of the carapace, exposing some of the skin under the carapace. But you still do your damage.
hell yeah. Okay. That's 12 plus 5, which is 17, plus 4, which is 21, plus 6, which is 27. Okay, so 27 from the ballista,
Nice.
4 from Hunter's Mark, and
From the Goliath.
7 from Colossus Slayer.
Nice. Good damage. And
Son of
I
a
will
bitch.
say, just as you guys kind of see this ballista just swing right into it, the worm lets out a large bellowing cry, just like, "Argh." And you see it turning its body, so that way the spot where the ballista is sticking in is going to the top of its body.
Yeah.
So it's like it has like kind of like this is the worm's mouth, and this is the ballista. It's kind of sticking up the top of it like this.
Nice.
So it looked like this before, but now it's turned its body, so the ballista is at the top.
Bromyar is enjoying this greatly.
I wish I'd used my bonus action first. Okay, never mind. These are concentration
Hunter's
spells.
Mark?
Wouldn't have
You
worked.
use Hunter's Mark damage?
Hunter's Mark just lasts for an hour, but it's concentration, so I can't cast another concentration spell. So
Yeah, well, when did you do your first damage?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. All right, so after Cadmus, it is going to be Asterios.
Okay. I am going to use a 4th level spell and hold up my hand and summon an ice storm to barrage as it's going right into it.
Nice. So does it need to make a saving throw?
That's what I'm looking at right now. It needs another dexterity saving throw.
It's terrible at these.
Exactly.
Oh, come on.
Like a +0 to dex.
It has a plus -2.
-2. Oof.
Oh. That's a 0.
Oh no!
It takes full damage.
You hear later in the background, did someone miss something?
It takes 2d8 bludgeoning.
Ooh.
And 46 cold.
46 or 4d6?
4d6.
4d6.
Okay, I got really scared.
He's gonna get more dice.
46 damage. Go get fucked.
That's kind of cold and cold.
Cold as...
You could do that, man, just with the cannon, because
Yeah.
with ease.
Just cold that, fire it.
Just listen to those click clacks.
Click clack.
Click clack.
Shiny, sparky, plastic, big, pretty click clack sound. Become dice goblins. It's like a requirement to play D&D. You must become a dice goblin.
Or
I've been playing for
in that case.
a number of years and I still haven't. I have 3 sets and I'm never getting any more.
Oh, and after Starios, Darzar, just prep for your turn.
Yes.
It's 32 damage from that, and then my bonus action arrow.
I've been since July, and I have 26 sets.
That is dirty 20.
20?
Yeah, dirty 20.
Oh, dirty 20. Okay. All right, roll the damage.
I would say something about that, but when I found out that Walmart was selling D&D stuff, I walked in there and I walked out of there with like 5 boxes of dice.
Everybody was asking me, hey, what do you want for Christmas?
8
But I don't really like things, and so I was like, I don't know, give me some dice. And now I have 26 pairs of dice.
There you go.
I got this shirt for Christmas. It's got a Demogorgon on it.
Nice.
It's so
All
nice.
dice. All of it.
Wow.
All right.
The Laura Bailey bag of
Arrow
holding.
damage from the druid.
All right, how is this? How is it looking?
It's starting to look pretty rough. You guys have done a pretty good number against the thing.
Yeah, now it's got ice chunks and sand. It can't really
Well, how much damage was from the arrow?
8 radiant.
8 damage. Yeah, it's looking pretty rough.
If this
All
thing
right.
survives, it'll be a fucking-
Darzar.
All
Your
right.
turn. After Darzar, it's going to be Othana.
Okay, so I believe, if I'm wrong, the cannon cannot fire because we are currently at broadside.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it's not
All right.
aiming at
Darzar is going to leave the bowsprit, run along the gunnel, and then leap onto the back of the worm, aiming for the ballista bolt that's currently embedded in its back.
Roll an acrobatics check
Oh,
to see how successful you are to get on this thing. Yeah.
Just as an aside,
That's the
that
best
scarf
pirate
you've
I've
got
ever
on
seen.
gives me some hella like I'm getting like some hella like Uncharted vibes coming from it.
Yes, and it's only a 10, unfortunately.
Okay, so you don't completely biff it,
Mhm.
but you do manage to kind of grab onto the side of it.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, with your like lean-in claws, you're able to kind of grab a hold of it.
Yeah.
So it does use up all your action, your movement to get
Oh,
up on top of the thing.
Okay, and now that I'm here, I am going to cast Bestow Curse as I take my spear and just jab it into the gap between the cracks, but not activating attack, but to bestow Curse. Make a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, this thing is not wise.
not fast, and it's not dexterous. It's not wise. It's just big and
It's a
straight.
It's
creature.
very
is what it is.
strong.
It's a 10.
A 10. Okay. It must make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of its turn. If it fails, it does nothing.
He can't do anything.
Oh, crud.
That's terrifying.
Okay.
And yeah, so Darius is just standing on the balancing. He climbed up. He hit it, climbed up on it. He's just balancing on this ballista bolt, like bouncing a little bit, and he stuck his spear there and just holding on. And he's like, yeah.
It looks pretty awesome. He's riding a purple worm.
And then I'm gonna cast Bardic Inspiration on Althana.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Another one bites the dust. Yeah, another one bites the dust.
I'm pretty sure it's just inspiring, just how he jumped on the thing and climbed up.
Wow.
That's good.
All right. So, Althana, it is your turn.
Is its face still away from us?
Currently, yeah, you guys are kind of in side by side with it.
And how far forward is its head?
With the movement that it moved, you guys are. If you were to get onto the very front of the ship, you probably would be just right along its face. Pretty even.
I'm going to just take one normal shot at it.
Okay.
That is a 19 to hit.
That hurts.
11 points of damage.
Nice.
And then I'm going to do something potentially very stupid. I'm going to run towards the front of the ship and actually jump off of it and try to do a quick spin and aim towards its open mouth.
So you're doing full Legolas.
I'm going full Legolas, yes.
Okay, yeah, but I just have your legs wrapped around your lifeline, and you're just aiming down towards its face.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just gonna do the thing.
Roll me an acrobatics check,
Okay.
just for the epicness of this.
So it's for aesthetic and not for
22.
necessity?
Well, at this point, that definitely is quite beneficial. So it's making it so you won't have disadvantage.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll the attack.
Okay.
Aim right for its mouth.
Okay. It's a good thing that I have this. Okay, so that is 21 to hit.
That hits.
And as I do it, I'm going to use my last arcane shot and do bursting arrow. So that's 10 damage from just the arrow. And then since the arrow is going to be inside and it's going to be doing bursting arrow, so this immediately after the arrow hits a creature, the target and all other creatures within 10 feet of it take 2d6 force damage each.
Force damage?
Yes. Because it bursts out from within the worm, is it still just the 2d6, or is there any other flavor that can be put on that?
Wait, does it need to make a saving throw or anything like that?
It does not.
Okay.
Oh no.
It's up to you. It can just be the 2d6, but because I'm being inside its mouth, I wasn't sure.
Add another d6 of damage.
Okay. Lit.
Because it's just inside it, and because that was a pretty epic, swing that you did to get in front of it.
Legolas.
Is 12 points of damage.
All right.
Of psychic damage bursting out.
Is not looking good. And force damage. It was how much force damage? 12?
12. Yeah.
See the numbers. I can see the numbers and calculations flying past his face. Calculating they actually just
kill my d6s.
What does this look mean?
I don't know either of
As your arrow launches inside, you guys all kind of see this. You see kind of like a shock kind of go through the purple worm's body as her arrow bursts inside of it. But shortly after this, as you start swinging back, you notice something explodes inside
the water. It's
Oh,
the
no.
water vessel.
This thing
That's
just-
not what I
I
wanted.
just gave this thing a thirsty drink.
An additional 32 fire damage has been dealt internally to this creature.
That's not water.
It was not water.
Not water.
Oil?
Oh no.
Gasoline?
The
The
gunpowder
worm
from the ship. Who knows?
Kerosene, maybe?
Very close to the brink of death. Like so close.
Close.
Come
Like-
on.
I'm just gonna swing back onto the deck.
Yeah, you're gonna be swinging back. Okay, it is the worm's turn.
It needs to roll.
Yeah,
What's
it needs to roll
the
2
save?
things. Okay, first of all, there's the Constitution for your moonbeam.
Even then, I think even if it makes the save, it's gonna die.
That's a fail.
Alrighty, let's see what fun damage it gets to take from the moonbeam here.
It's got this guy's wisdom save for his curse, which I didn't realize
Yeah.
that was a dangerous curse.
The
Yeah.
spell curse is ridiculous.
Bestow curse, especially as a single target enemy, is OP.
How do you want to do this?
As its turn happens, I'm just sitting there watching the moonbeam, and all of a sudden, it just burrows down into it.
All right. So the moonbeam that has been constant, your captain holding one hand to the helm, one hand holding the beam in hand, focused on the worm. You guys watch as the moonbeam begins scorching the side of the moonworm, or the purple worm. You just see a set and string of stars looking connected, kind of like constellations, stretch forward from the moonbeam. And the moonbeam just shoots right through it, and you see it exit the exit side of the worm. And the worm just immediately gives out a large bellow as it just suddenly stops and comes to a halt. Congratulations.
Thank God.
Level 7 players have killed a purple worm.
Oh shit.
What is up?
Oh my God.
Althana
Is
just
that
swings
not
back onto
normal?
the deck and just like wipes off her shoulders and just like acts like nothing happened.
It would be acceptable for us to go in and see if we can collect our watery payment.
Brogdar's still whacking this thing. He's not smiting it. He's just banging. He's like, that's right. You shit. I'm God.
Save your strength for cooking this wonderful meal.
Oh wait, I was worried that it was one of those neofluids. Do you know when a mind flayer and a purple worm like combine or whatever?
Neolithid, yeah.
Yeah, this was just a purple worm.
Mm-hmm.
You mean like
Oh.
what they said about 6 times?
Don't let me get into my Underdark.
Oh no, let's not do that.
Alright. Well,
The
it's
neolithid.
I'm not
Hold on.
fighting an animal
Wrap
if I
up.
value my life.
All right, so the purple worm has been killed. It is open in 2 locations. So inside, because of the explosion, you gather there were barrels of an explosive inside it. You're not sure what the explosive was, but the force damage was enough to cause it to burst. Fortunately, though, the steel barrels that contain the water were not destroyed. They had been dented. There's signs of wear on them, but fortunately, the water does not seem to be leaking or lost.
Huh?
And judging from the barrels, there is a pretty solid amount. You're not sure exactly how many gallons. It is going to take you guys a while to get this loaded onto the ship. Can I have anybody who wants to go inside the worm roll me investigation checks?
Yes. Didn't come this far to not do that.
I know, right? 19.
Would me giving off dim light help with the investigation at all, or
It affects the DC.
okay?
8.
I do.
9.
12.
Yeah.
16.
Everybody's already
You can
rolled.
guide yourself if you want.
I'm not calling in.
Okay. So anybody above 15?
Ramjar.
Okay.
Okay.
So you guys do fine. With a 15. Excuse me. So, yeah, loot is a whole different thing here because money doesn't work quite the same way.
Oh
But-
my god, that great fun fighting a giant wormy boy. Yeah.
All right, so first thing that you do find, you find a set of armor that has emblazoned on it the symbol of, excuse me, it is the sun with only 3 rays coming off of it.
Des, the god of the sun.
If you want to roll a religion check, well, nah, it is. It's a symbol of death. I mean,
It's late.
it's a
So.
known symbol. You do find that armor. That's the first thing you find. Anybody roll above 18? Inside that thing, excuse me. Remembering the thing. All right. So you actually do find a few sets of what you think are leather armor at first. When you look at them a little bit closer, it's interesting. They have like these tubes around the neck, and it looks like the armor is adjustable. Like it can be form fitted to whoever wears it. There are, you find 9 sets of this armor. It's very interesting. It bears no symbols, no marks, just they look like leather that can be form fitted with tubes around the neck.
I will collect them and bring them to the front of the worm.
Why are you carrying a bunch of pea suits?
Actually, in regards to that, well, Thana, you can roll a history check if you want.
17.
Because you were raised for a while by some sand elves, weren't you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You immediately recognize these. These are sand suits.
Like I said, pea suits.
These were developed by the sand elves as a means to make sure that water and waste are recycled
Pieces.
to ensure. Yeah.
Pea in one end, and on the other end comes not pea.
Yeah, basically. But these suits do act as +1 leather armor to whoever wears it. And they also make it that your water consumption is reduced by half.
I explained that.
Actually,
These
pretty
could
good.
very well come in handy.
Useful.
You all may be in need of it. I have
That
no consumption.
these suits, people who wear these, they have been known to survive for a couple of weeks in the desert by themselves.
Yeah, I'm gonna take one of these.
Look, I'm gonna take this.
Hey, you're going to probably want one of those. +1 leather armor. I'll create these in D&D Beyond. But
That heavy armor, that metal, that suit of armor. What was
it has a symbol of the sun with 3 rays coming off of it, which you immediately recognize as a symbol of Des, the sun god.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like full plate armor.
Bromio will be just borrowing these.
I think out of everybody, he's the only one who wears heavy armor, right?
Yeah, he's the only one that's wearing plate.
Mm-hmm.
But does he worship Dez?
Brumnar's shield. I never realized this. I never really explained it. Brumnar's shield is in the shape of the constellation of his goddess.
Perth.
So
Which is what pretty much everybody here worships.
Brumnar has no problem wearing armor. If he has to give praise to 2 people, Brumnar gives praise to 100 people.
And you are aware that
what?
Perth and Dez are brother and sister. So there is no rivalry of any kind between them. So you see no reason why Perth would have a problem with you wearing that armor.
Yeah.
What is Perth the goddess of again?
She is the goddess of the night, stars, and the moon.
That's interesting. So the reason I chose Dez as my character's faith was because I thought God of the sun. Well, that probably means God of all stars. Since the sun is a star, and so I had him worshiping Dez.
It's fine.
All right, so
just changing that to Perth real quick, and cool.
So unfortunately, because of the explosions that were inside, not much else is found within the worm. But you do still get the barrels of the water, and you get them loaded up. You just get Toby just grabbing 2 barrels at a time, and he's like, "Okay, loading these up."
Toby, you are my absolute favorite. I just want you to know.
Oh, thank you.
Brumnar can do that too.
But yeah, but after a while.
But Brumnar is tired. He has whacked many things, and he thinks he might need a new frying pan.
That frying pan is awesome.
I think it is time for you to use this frying pan on this purple worm one more time.
One steak!
Medium rare, please.
I will say you are able to take time inside it, and you can gather up some meat very easily.
I also try to take a few of its teeth just to bring back as proof, as well as the water, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So you grab some of the teeth, some of the meat. Anything else anybody wants before you guys leave?
Well, there's the teeth,
maybe we don't tell them we found water inside the water.
All right. Okay.
We got the armor, we got the teeth, we got the other armor, we got the water. I don't think there's anything else, is there?
No, that was the thing they wanted badly was the water.
Well, I don't see anything else that we need, so I believe it is time for all of us to be heading out.
Yep.
As the
so we will say,
point of phrase goes.
For sake of wrapping up, because it's getting kind of late, you guys eventually make your way back to port, to North Oasis. As you do arrive, members of the Merchants Guild, of course, approach and check on you guys as you guys approach. And shortly after they realize what you have, they immediately gather up the kobold from the Sandstalkers, and also one of the one of the aqua keepers of the Merchant Guilds themselves comes and sees this, and they record all the water that you guys recovered. The amount of water you guys recovered was equal to 10,000 gallons.
Oh, we should have just kept it and run.
Yeah, but
Bumdrew was saying,
as you were promised, as they take away this water, you are immediately given a 5,000 credit for water.
That's only half. It's not our fault they lost their water. Why should we have to take only half of it?
You can't track water; it's untraceable.
all right, we've got the armor. We got something else. It's fine.
And I'm sure the teeth and meat that we haven't cooked, that will sell.
Mm-hmm.
And Althana, you do know how to make weapons out of those teeth.
Lit. Okay,
Oh
cool.
my god, can I have new short swords?
Here you go.
That is potential. Bear in mind, these teeth are 3 feet long.
Yeah, short sword length. Perfect.
Exactly.
Make a mace. New skillet.
I have so many teeps.
Yeah, you gathered up quite a bit. Because there are hundreds inside that thing.
Ooh,
but yeah, we will say, for the time being, you guys do have +1 leather armors. Those of you took them. You do have a full set of plate mail. That is also a +1. but there's other details that I will give to you guys later, if it is indeed relevant, because we are wrapping up, and that is the end of this adventure. Well done, guys.
That
was awesome.
That was super fun.
Oh
That
my god,
was-
that was awesome. I know it was so much
That was
fun.
so much fun.
I kind of want to do like a naval battle where it's ship versus ship with this crew.
We can
Maybe
take
some
snaps.
other
I could really
Yeah.
see this becoming like a campaign. I'm not gonna
like
lie.
some other Wednesday night we just come together and
Like
Oh,
a once a month thing or something.
I would
Question.
definitely say I'm running 2.5 other games and
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
running some on Wednesday too.
Yeah.
So
I think you might need a nap at that point.
Yeah.
let me know when you guys apply again, and I might swing by, but I cannot commit to a campaign. Much as I'd love to, because
Me
I'm
neither.
pretty busy.
I
Yeah,
have
but
Just
Monday.
in every now and then one shot.
Yeah.
Continuous
yeah.
one shot.
Like the returning cast.
Mhm.
Exactly.
yeah, like
'Cause this
and
is a
every
world
time
I
we
am
just-
planning on keep playing in.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
but this was a lot of fun, guys. Thank you so much for delving into this with me.
Absolutely, that was
It's been a
great.
lot of fun. Thank you.
Did anybody take any damage at all?
No.
The worm never got a chance.
Oh yeah.
I
We
got
scared the
damage
crap
because
out of it.
Smart Alex
Yeah,
over
you're-
there
Oh yeah, you took
Sorry.
damage from.
friggin' rocked my
yeah.
shit.
hey,
But
I had
seriously, the
two
garage you
super
guys laid against
powerful-
this thing. I
I had
rolled the health for this thing. I had over 350 health when I finished rolling. I rolled really well.
There were 6 of us.
Yeah, you guys did a great job against this
That's the
thing.
economy.
And
had,
yeah,
We
I
kicked
had
butt.
Good thing that Moonbeam was up, because its next turn was intending to just turn.
It had
Right.
a curse on it. It couldn't have done Jack Squad.
Well,
Yeah, it was gonna
that's
be
the thing,
true.
even
It was
if
cursed.
even if you turned
It wasn't
around,
going to attack or anything. It was just going to turn in front of you guys and basically cause you to ram right against it.
Whee! Fun time.
if that counts as an attack, would that count as an attack? Because I have protection fighting style. If it turned around and hit anything else other than me, I would get in it. I could impose disadvantage.
It would
It was
just
just
be
going to be its
movement.
movement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing about
Sustained
Customer
attack.
Curse is it's not movement, it's just no action period.
Just-
Yeah.
So
Twist.
it could move. It just couldn't do an
Yeah.
action.
No. Bestow Curse, it couldn't have moved.
Oh,
Nothing.
it couldn't do anything. Oh, shit.
Nothing.
Make you guys bash into it, making you stop, and then it was going to start barring down on your guys' ship. Its next
Well-
move.
A lot of good moves. Good job, everybody.
Yeah, well done, everybody. That was a lot of fun.
I was going to use my star map third eye beam, basically guiding bolt, because star map gives me that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have guiding bolt, but I thought the moonbeam was far better damage than guiding bolt.
It was constant damage, which is nice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, but at the same time, I already used my 2 big spells.
Yeah.
I used all of my special fighter stuff in those 2 rounds. So
So anybody,
short rest, I'll be fine.
Do damn things.
thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye bye.